Let us make humanity of God. Let us all unite our voice together to give the best we have to Africa. The great love and kind heart of ours.
Thank you very much. Baie dankie. That was the anthem of the African Union. We are part of Africa.
Recording in progress.
And we are about. As you, is that no? We saw that out. I'm very sorry. Ek is jammer dit lyk nou asof ons 'n bietjie gedisorganized is, but the speaker is having a problem with the audio. Die mic wat sy gebruik op die platform werk nie. So we ask her to log out and log in again. So dit sal nou binne die volgende 2-3 minute wees wat sy sal terug is. So
Honorable Deputy Chair, I'm just checking whether if you can hear me.
Is it Nurin?
Yes, yes.
Speaker, are you back?
I'm back, yes.
Thank you very much. Then we will give over to you to do the opening and welcoming remarks. Jy kan die mense verwelkom. Ons is hier in Appington by Progress Civic. En aangesien jy op die virtual platform is, please over to you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker Nurin Cluster of the Provincial Legislature.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia Lucas. Honorable Deputy Chair, I would firstly like to apologize for the fact that I am not attending this occasion physically. It's due to our program at the legislature. But with this said, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable members from Parliament, Honorable members from the Executive Council in the province, I see Honorable Vilakasi, Honorable Bloom and Honorable Vosloo is also part of this platform. The Executive Mayor and Speaker of Zetefnkau District Municipality, Councillor Marina Beekers and Councillor Stanley Peterson. All councillors from the different municipalities within our province, all presenters, all special guests, women from our different fraternities within our province, members of our communities that have tuned in on various media platforms. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to do the welcoming remarks on this so much important occasion. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, women in our province, we are gathered here this morning as different institutions, as lawmakers, as executors of a working government, and as executors entrusted to bring a change at the cold face of service delivery to our respective communities. While we have gathered in our differing roles, our purpose is common in execution and that is to serve the electorate. And today in particular, our common role as executors of law and service delivery, it is to gain feedback on all our efforts to develop and bring about the much needed change to the lives of women in our country, specifically in our beautiful province, the Northern Cape. Today's deliberations are aimed at providing feedback on progress made in relation to critical aspects pertaining
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker Klassen. You are muted, ma'am.
I don't mute myself. Someone is muting me, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, all these efforts are built on the solid foundation which was laid by the Women's Charter adopted in 1954 and reviewed at the advent of our democracy in 1994, which is the cornerstone of laws since passed to protect the rights of women in particular. The policy imperatives of each sector play a meaningful role in contributing towards this review process. And thus, we applaud the National Council of Provinces for the initiating this critical review process since 2019 by involving all the respective spheres of government to produce a working document for the women in the fourth industrial area aligned to the challenges of its time. While executing this crucial task, Honorable Deputy Chair, we cannot proceed without acknowledging and saluting the founding members of the Federation of South African Women, our heroines, the likes of Ma Helen Joseph, Ma Florence Mkhize, Ma Ray Alexander, and Ma Dora Tamana, and many unnamed struggle heroines who contributed to the cause. The vibrant spirit will always find expression in the decisions that we take for the protection of women in society. While we are nearing the end of commemorations of Youth Month, through this review session, we continuously strive to empower young women socially and economically while seeking lasting solutions that not only look good on paper, but are solid measures for building a consciously well-resourced and successful nation. The immense economic strain that our country and the world at large is experiencing requires an energetic and innovative youth to liberate themselves from their circumstances and take up opportunities that are available and build a better future. Empowering young men and boys with the gospel of gender equality and a human rights culture from our homes is a sure way towards building peaceful, crime-free communities wherein our society can flourish. We as legislatures, Honorable Deputy Chair and members, must and surely will, through review sessions such as this one, effectively assess the true value of present laws that seek to protect the rights of women and the vulnerable in our communities. It is in our power and within our means, even in the smallest of ways, to contribute to the fight against the abuse of women and children. Honorable Deputy Chair, let us always remember that our deliberations impact on an evolving society, and the decisions that we as legislators take in the interest of our people in general, and women in particular, will also simultaneously have to be reviewed and changed where required. Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, women in our province, thank you very much for granting me this opportunity to welcome you all on this very important occasion. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you on this platform. You are all welcome. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
NCOP, end of National Parliament. From the NCOP, is I see Dikaledi Mahlangu is one of our members from Mpumalanga. Dr. Mbava is of the Finance and Fiscal Commission. And there is other members of the NCOP in particular, and also from the provinces. That is Honorable Malika, Honorable Christians, Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Lehihi, Honorable Silindile Lutuli. Hi Silindile, welcome. And also we've got other, Honorable Ndongeni is also one of our members of the NCOP. We've got so many people here, but I just wanted to mention those that I can see that are here. So we've got a few people on the virtual platform, on the paar mense wat op die platform saam met ons deel. Maar ons het ook hier 'n paar gaste wat ons spesifiek net miskien wil verwelkom weer eens. Hulle is erken in die speaker in haar protokol. So ons het saam met ons die speaker van ZFM. Ons ken ons nou al vir Honorable Stanley Peterson. Hy is nou al 'n tydjie vanaf November as hy die speaker van ZFM en na die local government elections. Kom ek los die ander ene eers. Ons kom terug na haar toe. Dan het ons die MEC vir Social Development, die vrouens wat die Women's League ken vir haar as Comrade Topsy, maar sy is MEC Vilakazi. En dan het ons vir Mabloem. Mabloem is die MEC for Safety, Transport en wat? Bome. En ons het vir MEC Vosloo, wat ook iemand, dat ons seker maar ken van die Kalahari. Obviously, Abraham Vosloo, ons is baie blij dat hy gekom het, want ons deel van ons feedback wil ons baie graag weet, economically wat gebeur vir die vrouens in onze provincie. MEC Vosloo. En dan het ons vir Honorable Barbara Bartlett. Sy is 'n lid van die NCOP. Sy is, ek dink ook sy is wel bekend in Appington. Ek hoop so. Ek hoop julle ken haar. Rimona ken jy die vrou? Igabela Makosi Kasi. Nou die ander ene het ek gesê, ek wil haar net so 'n bietjie verlaaste los, want ons is 'n bietjie excited. Ja, ons wil hê die councillors moet net opstaan. Ons wil hê die councillors moet net opstaan. Kan die councillors net opstaan? Mense, dit is onze councillors, onze female councillors. Kan jy sien die vrouens ondersteun ons? As jy councillors kom sit hier voor. Ek wil hê die councillors moet hier voor sit. Mense, dit is ons, julle kan sien die vrouens ondersteun ons programme. En ons wil hê julle moet hulle ook ondersteun. Want die grootste probleem wat ons nog het in hierdie baklei van ons van die gender is die feit dat die vrouens nie mekaar ondersteun nie. Ja. Ons het ook 'n baie spesiale gas. Ek het vir haar genooi want ek het gevoel sy moet hier wees. Sy kan in Gauteng so goeie inputs maak en sy is van Appington nie. Daar raak 'n mens baie uitgekorag. Hester McKenzie, woman of God, sy is ook hier so. So baie dankie, julle mag maar sit. Baie van ons ken vir Hester want sy gee elke dag op Facebook vir ons leringe uit die Bybel uit en so. En sy is so moedig vir die werk van die Here. En jy kan nie iemand, maar in haar kop is 'n klomp ekonomie. En as iemand van Appington wat 'n degree in ekonomie het, en ons maak nie gebruik van die resource. Ons 'n resource wat moet gebruik word. So, ek het gesê, daar's iemand wat ek 'n bietjie bere verlaaste. Mense, net gister het ons 'n distrik meier gekies, 'n vrou. So ons wil graag hê Marina Beson, welkom. Ikamala makosi kasi. Baie dankie. Ek is nie veronderstel om so baie te praat, ek is veronderstel om opening remarks te maak. Maar ek wil net graag sê, mense het die wanindruk dat ons as vroue nie mekaar ondersteun nie. Hulle verkeer onder die wanindruk, maar is ook ons wat hulle die wanindruk gee. Want as iemand van Sylvie's kinders saam, plaas van sê vir hom, Jong loop, jy ken nie die vrou nie, ek ken hom. Ek vir Marlene, ons het saam skool gegaan van sy 1 af, maar hy verdedig my nergens nie. Huh? So, but I want to start by giving an overview of what we are all about. So let me start by observing the protocol of Speaker of the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature, Premier of the Northern Cape. I'm mentioning the Premier because he was particularly insisting that the MECs must come and be part and parcel of this event because they made some commitments and they want to respond to that. Members of Parliament, members of the Provincial Executive Council, Provincial Legislature, leaders of Chapter 9 institutions. Now, Chapter 9 institutions, praat ons van die Gender Commission, en ons praat van die FFC. They are the ones that are here, that are with us on all our programs. Dames en heren, in 2020 het ons besluit as parlement om die Women's Charter te review. Ons het met 'n proses begin en ons het alle distrikte in die Noord-Kaap provinsie ge-engage. En hierdie engagement het ons opgevolg met 'n high-level session waar die provinsiale uitvoerende raad onder die leierskap van die premier, hulle het in actual fact, hulle het gerespond op alles wat ons gevind het in die sessies wat ons in die provinsie gehou het. In ZFM was dit nog daai tyd in Kriga wat die burgemeester was. Hy was pad en parcel van die hele proses, maar gelukkig was mevrou Bason of Honorable Bason op daai stadium saam met hom. En ons het die Gender Commission gehad, ons het die FFC gehad, ons het Stats SA gehad. Hulle was almal saam met ons. And they could give a report on the financial and the statistical situation, as well as the issues around gender-based violence and the issues around the gender situation within the province. En op dat stadium het die uitvoerende raad van die Noord-Kaap 'n paar dinge wat hulle gevoel het, hulle verbind hulle self daartoe, om seker te maak dat gender mainstreaming, nou Laban is hier so, onze gender focal person in die provincie, in die premierskantoor, sy is hier so, sy sal vir my later sê, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, maar nie alles is gedoen nie, want onze posities is nog steeds positie van Deputy Director, die gender focal persons is nog nie, nou, but this is some of the commitments that was made by the Executive Council, so we are going to follow up until we are satisfied, totdat ons vrede is, dat hierdie dinge wat hulle onderneem, dat hulle dit aanspreek. I, myself and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, we are leading a program that they call sectoral work, waarin ons al die sektore betrek, and under this, the auspices of the sectoral work, we are here to have this report back session. We want to understand from the provincial executive, as well as from local government, we want to understand what progress they have made in implementing the undertakings that they made during 2020. Nou, achtbare afgevaardigdes hierso. Kijk hierso, ek praat mis Afrikaans, maar ek weet julle praat ook Afrikaans. But we need to speak English also. Want toe ek in Hester in die Kaap kom, en ek in Johannesburg kom, dat die mense met ons Engels praat, dan voel ons dat ons kan onder die klip wegkruip. Want hier in Appington praat ons net Engels uit selfverdediging uit. Maar julle sien my toch op die TV. Julle sien my. Hey, die girl, het Engels geleer. Dis proses, dit is die review proses wat ons deurgegaan het. Het ons ook gewys dat die gender mainstreaming agenda is nog nie op koersie. Dit is nie op koersie en ons praat so baie van gender mainstreaming. As al die mense vra wat is gender mainstreaming? Nou ek sê altyd vir hulle, gender mainstreaming is nie te sê ons praat oor vrouens nie. Ons praat oor die feit dat almal dieselfde behandel moet word. Dat almal dieselfde voorregte moet geniet. Nou, and let me not speak out of my head, want as ek begin weet julle mens kan julle my nie keer nie. So let me speak about the World Bank report. And in March 2022, we saw that in terms of the World Bank report, out of 164 countries, and that one I must say in Afrikaans, is Suid-Afrika nog die mees ongelyke. Ongelyk in die sens dat daar is nog 'n baie groot gaping tussen ryk en arm. Daar is nog 'n baie groot gaping tussen mans en vroue. En nou Weskaap en as dit Limpopo. Sebu, help my, as dit Weskaap en Limpopo waar vrouens nee in Limpopo is die vrouens die meeste huishoudings waar daar nie honger is in terme van food poverty nie. Want die vrouens van Limpopo plant hulle se eie kos. Die Weskaap, nie eers Gauteng nie. Die Weskaap is waar vrouens 76% verdien van wat mans verdien in dieselfde posisie. So as ons praat van ongelykheid, dan praat ons van daardie tipe ongelykheid. Because vroue is die mense wat die meeste doen. Hulle sorg vir siek mense, hulle sorg vir kinders, hulle sorg vir ou mense, maar in terme van to be on the ladder of prosperity, of economic empowerment, dan is vrouens nog die laagste. Hulle is nog die laagste, hulle is die mees onbemagtig. And what we want to see is a society that is just and progressive. 'n regverdige samelewing waar almal vooruit gaan, waar almal saamwerk, waar ons doelbewus voortgaan om seker te maak ons breek hierdie wat ons noem oppressive social psyche. Ons breek dit. Die feit dat mense onderdruk word omdat hulle vroue is, omdat hulle werkersklas is, omdat hulle swart is, omdat hulle gay is, omdat hulle dan sexual conforming is. Dit is die tipe oppressie wat ons wil afbreek. En ek het gepraat oor die feit dat in terms of gender pay, die feit dat vrouens, en nou ons ken vir Martina Navratilova en wat al die tennisspelers, die ou tennisspelers. Eers toe Serena Williams begin tennis speel, toe kry vrouens en mans in tennis dieselfde geld, dieselfde pay. All these years, women have been receiving round about 70% of what men has been receiving in the workplace for the same work. So wat beteken, julle is al twee bestuurders, maar omdat jy 'n vrou is, en omdat jy kram, en omdat jy menstrueer, word jy swakker gebehandel. Ons moet dit net praat, is dit nie waar nie? So, I mean, we've got so many legislative, en as ons praat van legislation, ons praat van die wette bestaan, maar elke keer moet mense hof toe gaan, om die wette te laat toepas, sodat vroue hulle se regmatige deel kan kry. So ons praat daarvan, die feit dat Suid-Afrika 'n demokratiese deurbraak gemaak het, dit is irreversible, dit sal nie weer kan verander nie, behalwe as ons 'n democratic gains teruggee vir mense wat nie wil hê ons moet 'n demokratiese bestel wees nie. Dit is net ons. As ons nie hard werk en harder beklei om ons demokratiese winste te omskep in winste vir ons almal nie, dan help dit nie. Madiba was 27 jaar in die tronkie. Dan help dit nie anders Solomon Masango het gesterwe vir die vryheid van die mense nie. So dit is waarom ons sê, if we want to give impetus to our democratic breakthrough, we need to fight for equality in society. That is wat belangrik is. So the only thing that we need to do is to use this Women's Charter, a demand document, and to make sure that we really are able to accelerate the transformation process. Dat daar vinniger dinge gebeur wat vir ons laat voel, ons is gelyk, is dit nie waar nie? So it is Parliament have got a responsibility. And as Parliament, we are saying we are going to do targeted oversight. One of the targeted oversight projects is the one that we are busy with now. Ons kom van Noordwes, ons kom van Limpopo, ons kom van Gauteng, ons is vandag in die Noord-Kaap. Augustus gaan ons Weskaap, Vrystaat, Mpumalanga, wie is nog daar? Ooskaap, want KwaZulu-Natal gaan ons los vir die laaste kwartaal, want ons wil vir KwaZulu-Natal se mense van julle af Kersgeskenke vat. Ons weet mis wat het onlangs gebeur in KwaZulu-Natal. En ons weet dit is die vrouens wat elke dag op die TV staan wat sê, wat, ons het nie water nie. Ons het nie kos vir ons kinders nie. Ons sukkel. Ons sien dit elke dag op die, kyk, Appingtonse mense hoef jy nie te vertel nie, want ons kyk verskriklik TV. So ons is ingeligte mense. So if we really want to reach the gender transformation objective as the 3 spheres of government, and that is why we are bringing them here. Dit is waarom ons hulle hier bring. Ons moet praat vir ons begrotings. Ons moet seker maak dat ons begrotings gender responsive strategic plans het. En dat onze annual performance plans, nou die MEC's weet waarvan ek praat. Ons hoef nie te weet wat is 'n annual performance plan nie. Ons moet net weet dat die budget moet aangewend word om 'n verskillende verandering in ons lewe te maak. So they must still commit themselves and show that they've got intention to make sure that they respond to our issues. So, dames en here, want ek sien hier 'n paar, behalwe die van Parliament wat nou hier is, we must collectively build and strengthen the national gender machinery, Babiki Gewormas, and plan together how to push for its implementation. Toe ons met hierdie proses begin, toe nooi ons al die vrouens van die verskillende provinsies, MEC Vilakazi was daar, Laban ek sê, julle hoor ek praat elke van Babiki, want sy is ons gender focal person in die premierskantoor. Hulle was daar, alle provinsies was daar, en ons het 'n review gemaak van die national gender machinery. En ons het gesien dat government is nog nie ernstig soos wat ons wil hê hulle moet ernstig wees nie. Om seker te maak, ons is beïndruk. Ons kom van Limpopo, ons kom van Gauteng. Limpopo en Gauteng is baie ernstig met hulle se issues van gender machinery. Jy weet dit, Hester, jy was in Gauteng, anders was in Limpopo. Barbara was in Limpopo met my, en ons kan vir julle sê, in Limpopo is dit die vrouens wat opstaan en sê, we want the environmental program, we want to clean our rivers, we want to make sure that our sources of water is clean. En hulle het dit gedoen. Die feit van die saak is, baie kere kla ons sê die government doen niks nie. Maar ons moet seker maak, we actually build coalitions, we build partnership, om seker te maak, ons promote vrouebemagtiging, en ons maak seker, dat as ons sê gender transformation, is die government se werk alleen nie. We need a social compact. We need to work together with government to make that difference. So met dit gesê, wou ek eintlik net 'n oorsig gee oor waarin ons pad is, wat ons doen. So ons gaan aan met die program. Ek sal net vir Barbara oorgee om te chair. Ons gaan aan met die program, and we are going to call on the Commission for Gender Equality. This person, Mrs. Ngomo Diseko, will be on the virtual platform, and we want them to give their input as of now. Over to you, CGE.
Good morning. Good morning, and can you hear me? Hello?
Commissioner, we can hear you. I just want to say to the people, but toch is so ernstig as jy ons sien julle op die TV.
There I am. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Yo.
We can hear you.
Can hear you.
We can hear you, Commissioner. You may continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to really express our appreciation as the Commission for Gender Equality for calling these oversight visits for us to account, because our task is a huge one, and it is a very big game changer. The Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, the Chief Whips, the Speaker of the Legislature, mayors, councillors present, members of the SMS who are present there, the women from the community and stakeholders. I greet you all in the name of CGE. And I take this moment to appreciate the great women who come from, who drove the struggle for the total emancipation of women, who came from the Northern Cape. And here I think about Monita Superepere, I think about Ruth Mumpati, I think about Francis Bart, and I also think about the young women who came from the Northern Cape, Khalishiwe, who led the struggle against the apartheid, and we are here today. And this day is very important as it takes place this month of the youth. And we know that, as you said when you were painting the picture, the background picture, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, that the youth is the face of our future, and they are our present. I have been asked to speak on the progress in institutionalizing gender mainstreaming across departments and districts in the Northern Cape. And in order for me to do that and put it in perspective, let me start with our mandate. The Commission for Gender Equality is an independent statutory body which is established in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Our mandate is provided in Section 187 of the Constitution and in the CGE Act of 1996 as amended. And we are mandated to promote respect for, protect, develop, attain gender equality, and to make recommendations on any legislation, policy, or programs which affects the status of women. Now, in fulfilling its core mandate, the CGE continues to monitor interventions that are geared towards the empowerment of women in particular, and the general attainment of gender equality in the country, because, as you said, Deputy Chair, the gender is about an inclusive society. We focus on women because of the patriarchy and the disadvantages that are burdened on women. The background, Chairperson, Deputy Chair, you have outlined very clearly that the Women's Charter report sessions stem from the 2020 resolution, whereby Parliament undertook to review the progress with the Women's Charter implementation. The district reviews were then followed by high-level sessions comprising the provincial executive under the Premier Zamati's leadership. Further undertakings were made at this level, which were aimed at addressing pressing areas of concern for accelerating gender equality and mainstreaming gender in the Northern Cape. The purpose of gender mainstreaming within local government, this is a very critical part of the work. Now, as part of our strategic objective on local government, the Commission focused on gender transformation at local level with the objective of assessing, amongst others, the progress made by local government in achieving gender equality through gender transformation and gender mainstreaming approaches as follows. 1, establish whether municipalities' IDPs are engendered, to further establish if there is an enabling policy environment and municipality level to embrace gender equality and women empowerment interventions. To promote the gender mainstreaming approach in planning, budgeting, implementation, monitoring and evaluation, and audit of public services at local government levels. To assess internal environments, state of readiness in order to promote gender transformation in terms of gender representation in decision-making positions in senior management services, but also even at political level in terms of the elections, and we're just coming from the local government elections. To promote substantive gender equality versus chasing numbers and quotas. To monitor compliance to legal prescripts guiding gender equality. The role of the CGE in relation to this, we have had several municipality assessments which were done by the CGE in various municipalities across the province. Pixika, Siseme, Francis Bart, Namakwa, John Taule districts. The CGE envisaged these undertakings as foundation to working with municipalities in a manner that would assist both the Commission and the municipalities in terms of having baseline information and coming up with a method and programs to measure progress regarding gender mainstreaming in the various municipalities across the province. The CGE has had several occasions. The CGE has on several occasions called meetings and held trainings specifically targeting HODs in the government departments. The task, unfortunately, was delegated to junior staff, while HODs failed to attend training specifically designed to support them. The trainings were aimed at offering support in the following areas. One, the municipalities and departmental integrated development plans, the commission being of assistance to the municipality and departments regarding gender mainstreaming awareness sessions, but to date, it is only the DSD and the DOJCD that are following the guidelines of the implementation aimed at mainstreaming gender. Now, what are the challenges that we have to deal with? And some of them are outlined here. And I think the audience knows and understands them even better. But we have highlighted here that women are disproportionately they disproportionately outnumber men in the lower earning brackets in the workplace. Poverty levels are high, especially in female and child-headed households. State South Africa has recorded that around 54% of children in the Northern Cape are burdened with multifaceted issues that intersect with poverty. Food shortages are common, especially in female and child-headed households. There is also a problem of human trafficking in the Northern Cape, with women more prone to violence, abuse, trafficking, gender-based violence, and ultimately femicide. Teenage pregnancy is another big problem and a recipe for GBF, and it impacts on the agency of the girl child. It impacts on economic advancement and development. It broadly then impacts on social cohesion in the country and impacts negatively on nation building. Now, let me focus on teenage pregnancy because of its multifaceted negative impacts on the development of the girl child, the community, the family, and the country broadly. And I'm focusing as well on this because it is Youth Month. In fact, this was the feeling of the commissioner responsible for Northern Cape that I must flag it because it is an important development matter. From our meeting with the Provincial Department of Education, SAYS and teachers unions discussing teenage pregnancy, the prevalence of teenage pregnancy, management of teenage pregnancy, how this can be prevented. The following were identified as contributing factors: abuse of alcohol. Alcohol use amongst learners affects the capacity to take correct decisions. Poverty, which has led to some of the learners selling sex and some being in relationships with older working men and sometimes teachers at school. The mines in the province, which attracts male migrant laborers. Power relations, which are a manifestation of gender inequalities, which arise from the patriarchal system within the country. The use of contraceptives, in fact, I would say here, general access to SRHR services, especially by teenage girls. And also even beyond this, there is also the question of access to services such as termination of pregnancy, etc. And I think the biggest challenge here is that even though there are laws, the Constitution says that everyone has a right to education. But we know even from our own lived experiences that once a child falls pregnant, unless the family is strong and the child has, I'm sorry about that, has a solid security net, the child will drop out of school. And that girl, and it happens around us in our communities, in our lokshini, in the informal settlements, as well as everywhere. Then that child who does not have a strong security net will get another child and another child and another child. And then it's a vicious cycle of poverty, which gets entrenched in particular families just because of teenage pregnancy. That is why, as the CGE, we see teenage pregnancy as a critical developmental factor. So what must be done with regards to that? As the CGE, we've put it in our program that we're going to monitor the implementation of the policy on the prevention and management of learner pregnancy. And that includes whether a child who is pregnant and drops out of school is able and is accepted back to school when she comes back to school. We're going to be monitoring as well the implementation of the Comprehensive Sexuality Education, the SCSC program, because through that program, the Department of Education empowers the child, both the boy and the girl, with the knowledge and understanding about matters of sexuality and the responsibility that goes with it and implications of engaging or not engaging in sexual activity. We'll also be looking at our public education and information on the responsibilities that comes with pregnancy for both male and female. This is because it is normally the burden of the female, whether it is a woman or a girl child. If you are pregnant, you are pregnant. The other party to the pregnancy is hardly ever there in most instances, especially when it comes to teenage pregnancy or even other pregnancies. So it becomes quite an important issue. So we are also saying that parents of teenagers and teenagers must be encouraged to report those engaging in sexual activities with minors. We do know that sexual activity with a minor is statutory rape. And at school, we do have many instances of teachers who engage in statutory rape, and that results in pregnancy, and sometimes mothers are just too happy to accept 5,000 rands and let it go. But the life of the child is destroyed forever. We have to raise awareness on the issue on the use of alcohol and drugs by teenagers and its effects on the quality of their life. It's a very important one. Going back to the assessment that we spoke about earlier, the objectives were the municipal and governmental assessments were aimed at facilitating and having monitoring oversight of municipalities and government entities in implementing overall objectives. To continue with the 2020-21 sectorial work already done on sustained and targeted oversight and accountability campaigns to oversee the implementation of the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development. To bear oversight on progress made in institutionalizing gender mainstreaming across line departments and local government districts, as well as to map persisting socioeconomic challenges across the province. What we found, the overall findings were that there is unwillingness to support gender mainstreaming endeavors across municipalities. Various government departments do not have properly placed and skilled personnel to adequately implement gender mainstreaming across their departments. The employees across various government departments have mentioned the shortage, the lack of support and insufficient resources for gender units and to implement their work, which is quite problematic. Senior management is reluctant and rarely ever supports these initiatives and only does so on paper. Conclusively, all departments within the Northern Cape do not have people to do the work that can meaningfully translate to the forecasted and envisioned targets for gender mainstreaming. This means that the forecasted and gendering of the department's developmental model, is lacking further, hampering the local economic development programs and integrated development plans. Slow progress on transformation regarding gender responsive planning and budgeting, and this further compromises gender-based GBF interventions. The issue of skills gap remains a problem, and it has been repeatedly mentioned, but it stays unaddressed. There is limited knowledge or understanding of gender mainstreaming or gender mainstreaming approach itself. The provincial gender machinery is not sufficiently coordinated. Gender transformation policies and plans are non-existent, or if they are there, they are very little. Last but not least, there has been a recorded increase in the prevalence of sexual harassment in the workplace, especially within the municipalities, against senior officials, and obviously the women, the female officials are the ones who would suffer that mainly. To date, people continue to do substandard work with regards to gender, while earning a salary at the level band 13 for work that they admit confuses them as they lack the competencies and the knowledge. Some of the departments are further digressing from the goal, as some organograms are beginning to shift this position or role towards the Human Resource Department in the Northern Cape. The implementation of this mammoth and significant task requires proper staffing that will look for proper qualifications and expertise. That talks to the recruitment and retention of competent people within the field of gender studies. Failure to meticulously carry the stage out correctly can result in complete disaster for the overall envisaged national framework and career suicide for the depressed and misaligned individuals within these roles. Now, what we have found really is that with the internal machinery, the gender machinery is weak because of skills, weak because of where it is positioned, weak because of the level. And the following are the recommendations that we are making. And I believe I am told these have been made before. Gender mainstreaming requires a top-down approach. This is the critical aspect that MECs and HODs and other SMS members within the province are still grappling to understand. MECs and HODs, as well as SMS, generally must understand and translate and build into work cultures and work ethic and understanding of gender, and behave in a way that really shows an understanding and appreciation of gender. The appointment, further we say appointment, training and development of relevant people to do the work is critical. And when we're talking about training, we're talking about training and understanding of gender and gender analysis. We have to recruit and retain persons who know and understand gender studies and transformation as a prerequisite for a non-sexist, non-racial, and equal society. And we are saying that the Salt Lake University, we don't know if at this point it is happening, but the Salt Lake University in the Northern Cape can be a critical partner in helping to build the skills for efficient and effective gender focal points and gender people who work in the area of gender within the government, both at provincial and local government. All gender desks and units must be autonomous and adequately resourced, as well as strategically placed in all the departments and governmental organograms. But we also must say that we need to have a strong presence of a gender focal point within the Premier's office that oversees the gender focal points at the other levels of government and is in the departments as well. Those are some of the recommendations that we have made, and I will pause there and thank you, DC of the NCOP, Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Let me pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Can we give a round of applause? Maar wat ek rarig van die report appreciate, wat ek waardeer van die report, is baie eerlik, I mean it's speaking about the real issues. Dit praat van die dinge wat ons baie lang praat, because we try, ons het probeer om seker te maak dat ons, as ons hierheen kom, dan verstaan the provincial executive what we are speaking about. En municipaliteite, ek is so bly die councillors is hier. I'm sure you've seen clearly the very important role that we have to play to make sure that at the municipal level, people understand the issue of gender mainstreaming. Die report sê, Noord-Kaap is net nie daar waar dit moet wees in terme van gender mainstreaming and empowerment. Dit is wat die report sê. I mean, die rede waarom ons hierdie ding vir julle uitnooi, is om te sien, sodat julle ons oë en ore op die grond kan wees. Want die gemeenskap en parlement het 'n oversight rol. Ons het 'n rol om seker te maak die regering, the government implement what they are supposed to be implementing. So munisipaliteite in die Noord-Kaap, MEC's is hier, HOD's hoor, there is a lack of seriousness with regards to issues of gender mainstreaming. En een van die laaste aanbevelings wat die Gender Commission maak, is om te sê die persoon in die premierskantoor sal moet bemagtig word om 'n baie sterker rol te speel om seker te maak departemente en munisipaliteite begin antwoord rondom die issues van geslagsgelykheid. So ons is baie clear. Julle gaan later 'n geleentheid kry om ook insette te doen en om vrae te vra om insette te doen. Ons gaan dit nie antwoord nie. Ons gee daai goed so vir die government van die provinsie en as ons weer kom, dan verwag ons hulle moet vir ons sê hoeveel vordering het hulle gemaak met die dinge wat vandag hier uitgekom het. So with that said and done, I will now call on Dr. Mbava and then I will give over to Honorable Bartlett to take the program forward. Ons sal Honorable Mbava van die FFC, die mense praat Engels en ons verstaan mis basies Engels. Maar die probleem is nie, het gaan mis wanneer jy met terugpraat. Nou daar het ons die probleem, ons praat Afrikaans. Verstaan nie? So, meneer Lachie, julle moet onthou, ek het klomp Engelse woorde in my kop gehad, maar hulle kon nooit na my mond toe kom nie. Hulle het net in my kop geëindig. But today, I speak English like as if I'm eating ice cream because I decided to empower myself to make sure that I can speak English. Julle moet net hoor Bongs praat nou net so mooi Engels. Vra net vir mama. Dr. Mbava, it's over to you, Chairperson of the Finance and Fiscal Commission. She's also a woman and she's also newly appointed and we have got a very good working relationship. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Goeiemôre, die mense van die Noord-Kaap. Good morning, Deputy Chairperson, Program Director, Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Cluster, the Speaker of the Northern Cape, Provincial Legislature, the Premier of the Northern Cape, members of Parliament, members of the Executive Council, mayors and councillors, head of Chapter 9 institutions, women of the Northern Cape and across South Africa, Malibongwe, Goeiemôre, good morning. Chairperson, it's a great pleasure for the FFC to be here this morning. Indeed, as the FFC, we have a long-standing relationship with yourselves, and we hope that in our deliberations today, we can assist and provide further insights as to how the government has been able to live up to the expectations that are in the Women's Charter for accelerated development. On the outline, we are going to briefly give an overview of the FFC, who is the FFC, and then we will talk about the gender responsive budgeting and the Women's Charter in the context thereof. Then we will do the analysis. Can you move on to the next? Yeah, that's it. So who is the FFC? What is the role of the FFC? The Financial and Fiscal Commission is an independent statutory body. We are a Chapter 9 institution. We provide advice to government, independent advice, research advice on the equitable division of revenue across the 3 spheres of government. We also advise government on financial and fiscal matters. Next slide. So what is important to note is that in South Africa, women continue to bear a disproportionate burden of the triple challenges of poverty and unemployment and inequality. We know that, Deputy Chairperson, that government has committed to gender equality by being a signatory to various international agreements and also to passing many laws regarding anti-discrimination, as well as initiating various programs to empower women and other marginalized groups in society. But we know that despite all these commitments and initiatives, gender inequality remains very high in South Africa. So we know that where the money goes, that is where there is importance. So the budget of the country, of the province, is one of the essential tools to achieve gender equality and gender equity. So this use of the budget to achieve gender equality and gender equity is called gender responsive budgeting. So the gender responsive budgeting has been adopted globally to turn gender equality commitments into reality through visible processes in planning, in budgeting, and through monitoring and evaluation as well. So gender responsive budgeting is about looking at the resources and how the resources are allocated with a gender lens. When we say with a gender lens, we use a method where we can look at it from the perspective of whether women and men are being accommodated through the budgeting process. And we also look at how these decisions have an implication on the fiscal envelope. So when the allocations are made, we need to make sure that at the division of revenue perspective, there are funds that find their way to meet the needs of women in our society, as well as men as well, because we aim to achieve an inclusive society as well. Next slide. Can we have this next slide? Oh yeah, that's fine. So can you move, sorry, the slide before, the slide before. Empowering women, therefore, our chairperson and members through the budget is not only the right thing to do, but we cannot win on anything if half the team is not playing. And a successful intergovernmental fiscal relations system, which is how finances within the country are divided and managed. Local government and municipal government and national government, we manage finances through that system, which is the intergovernmental relations system. That system is very critical to ensure that the needs of women are accommodated and that women are empowered to move out of poverty. When we look at the Women's Charter on Accelerated Development, priority action number 3 speaks to various tangible plans that we aim to advance. One of them is the gender equality through the budgeting process. So the budgeting process primarily is reflected through the Division of Revenue Bill and the medium-term budgeting policy statements. So those are critical documents which we aim to analyze and to sift through to ensure that they speak to the needs of women. And also the strategic plans and the annual performance plans of government departments, those should be responsive to gender equity. They should not be gender blind or be silent when it comes to ensuring that planning, spending, and priorities that speak to women are reflected. So when we look at those documents, we need to see that there are plans, there are budgets, there are funds which will be allocated to women. So institutionalization, therefore, of gender disaggregated data in all spheres of government is very, very critical. So when we say institutionalization, we mean that within those institutions, there must be processes which are embedded, which are already systematic and part of the budgeting and planning process, which speaks quite clearly and coherently to the issues of women. So all departments across the 3 spheres of government must make sure that gender mainstreaming and gender budgets are reflected quite clearly. Next slide. In our last division of revenue recommendation, which was last year, we made quite a few strong recommendations as to how gender inequality through gender budgeting in the public sector can be strengthened, Chairperson. And the study and look at the budgets of various departments. And there were some key findings that we put forth. This is available in our division of revenue submission, if any member want to read further about it. But the key findings of the study was that we found there was limited mainstreaming of gender issues in departmental budget processes. The main reason for this is that departments generally lack gender disaggregated data. So what do we mean by that? The data is there, but it's not broken up in terms of men and women. So it's not disaggregated. It's not split up so that we can see clearly that this information pertains to women or this information pertains to men. So the information, whilst it is there, it is not easy to discern whether the issues that are being funded will actually address quite clearly women specific issues. So the lack of gender disaggregated data hinders the effective translation of gender commitments into the budget process. Gender responsive budget is difficult, if not impossible, to undertake without an institutional plan. So in our recommendations, we recommend that there must be a plan as to how all this data that currently sits in the department can be disaggregated and be split up in a very clear and coherent manner so that there is proper oversight and so that we can follow the money and check whether the actual spending, the actual resource allocation speaks to the issues of women. So limited gender disaggregated data is one of the key challenges that departments at both provincial and local government must actually address. Next slide. So in this slide, basically it explains what is the planning process all about and what is the budgeting process all about. I'm not going to go through that. And then the next slide as well speaks to the same issues. I'm keen for the team, honorable members, and the women of the Northern Cape. I'm keen for our researchers now to delve into the findings of what did we find in the Northern Cape. What is the progress? What has been done thus far to make sure that the commitments which have been made in the Women's Charter for accelerated development will actually find fruition? I now want to hand over to our research team to now unpack what is the status of the Northern Cape. We can't hear Namonde, sorry.
Yes, I've just corrected it. Goeiemorgen, Northern Cape. Morning, Chair and colleagues. I will take you through the method of analysis that we used in analyzing what's happening in the Northern Cape. We analyzed the provincial annual performance plans as well as the strategic plans of the province to assess whether the planning is done within the gender lens, as Dr. Mbava has highlighted the need for these plans to be in place. Also, we selected key departments such as education, health, and social development, because these departments, they deliver key services and they account for the largest government expenditure in the province. And also we are of the view that if these departments, the focus is more on this department, it is a powerful tool in changing the gender inequalities that we have in the country. Just to highlight a few, that we know that access to education for women, it improved their chance to participate in the labor market, while as well with the health, access to health for women does not only improve their health, but it also of their families, as well as their social development in terms of empowering women through the programs that are in place there. We also assess the patterns or changes in the budget, as well as the program performance of the departments. Next slide, please. Well, we started with the plans in the Office of the Premier of the Northern Cape. What we found there was that in the Office of the Premier, it does indeed emphasize its role to act as a center for strategic coordination in government, responsible for implementing, managing, and overseeing government program as per the legislative framework, i.e. it also mentioned like the framework on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation and auditing, as well as a national policy framework for women's empowerment on gender equality, among others. The Commission welcomed this approach by the office in acknowledging the gender equality commitment issues in its annual performance plans. The Commission is of the view that these gender equality commitments to be realized, they need to be reflected and detailed in the strategic plans and the annual performance plans of the department in the province, backed by the necessary budget allocation to ensure implementation. And if gender issues are not planned, no budgeting will take into effect. Also in the plans of the Office of the Premier, it is acknowledged in the plans, the Provincial 2019-2024 MTSF Program of Action, which has been aligned with the NDP as well as the medium-term strategic framework, so as to assess and track progress on a regular basis. The FFC is of the view that the office should oversee that its strategy and plans expand on its gender responsiveness and does have explicit gender priorities and indicators across its priorities as per the medium-term strategic framework it's making reference to. Next one, we also look at the socio-economic context of the province of the Northern Cape. The Northern Cape population is disaggregated by gender. Also, we found that in the population analysis, the province acknowledged that it has a youthful population at 64%. However, this information was not disaggregated by gender. And also, province reported that in the sector economy, the mining sector is the biggest and contributes a lot towards the economy, followed by government services as well as finance sectors. However, this sector information needs to go further and be disaggregated by gender in terms of the mining sector. Who are the people working there? Are they women or men? In the government services, who's working there, as well as in the finance. This information is imperative towards this agenda of gender mainstreaming. Also, the office also alluded that it has an integrated system so as to be able to work with other core departments such as Stats SA to provide for monitoring of women, people with disabilities, and youth development sectors to ensure the mainstreaming and tracking thereof. The FFC commends this approach by the office in catering for the vulnerable groups of the society and involving key departments such as Stats SA in the process. We are of the view that this approach will also assist in terms of disaggregating this data further if Stats SA is involved, as the office has started this initiative. And the FFC is of the view that gender mainstreaming to be effected in all plans and annual performance plans of the department and its provincial administration. It needs to be done as it has indicated that the district development plan of the province is actually stated in the plans of the department, as well as the output indicators of what is it that they are going to do. So we are of the view that likewise with the mainstreaming, those output indicators should be also be explicitly stated. Next one. Next slide, please. Also, we found in the Office of the Premier that it has a program too, which is called Institutional Development, where there is a white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities implemented and gender-based violence strategy as output indicators. The FFC supports these output indicators in the office as it is in line with the national agenda, and is of the view that all programs in the office as well as in the provincial administration should have output indicators that are gender mainstreamed. The province also should expand its program approach in all its policies and strategies in ensuring that gender mainstreamed is in line with the national agenda of advancing women. Also, the Office of the Premier has a program called Policy and Government, and it has an output indicator of assessment of provincial and municipal policies aligned to the provincial government development, provincial growth development plans. The FFC commends this approach by the office and in assessing the performance of provincial administration and municipalities. The office should ensure that policies of the provincial administration and municipalities translate into gender equality commitments, and the office should play an oversight role in ensuring that these commitments are realized. Also, in its SWOT analysis, the office indicated that its inability to sustain service delivery agenda for the Northern Cape Provincial Administration in order to be able to reach its outcome. We are of the view that this is an indication for a need for effective dialogue by the province on its integrated planning and implementation instrument, which need to be in line with the national agenda of gender mainstreaming for the country to advance women empowerment and gender equality. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to look at the selected key sectors that I've mentioned earlier. The first one is social development. We looked at the budget for the Northern Cape on social development. We found that the department, the social development has 5 programs. In terms of the percentage share allocation in the program, the children and families take the largest share at 32%, followed by the restorative services at 21%. The Commission welcomed the increased allocation in these 2 programs, given the critical role these programs play in protecting the vulnerable groups, such as care and protection for family and children, youth, and community-based care, as well as it supports and care and empower victims of violence, crime, and substance abuse, as we have heard earlier with the Commissioner that there is a high substance abuse in the province. However, in disaggregating these 2 programs further, we found that little is allocated to social relief and community-based services, which was at 6% and 7% respectively. And then when we go to the social welfare services and the development and research programs, they also take the least shares at 15%, yet these programs provide services to older persons and persons with disabilities, as well as mitigating the social impacts of HIV and AIDS, as well as providing poverty alleviation and social inclusion of youth and empowerment. We are of the view that less funds are allocated here. In terms of the program achievement for 2021-22, the Commission welcomes department in reporting on its achievement and progress in the year. However, Commission notes that the department did not disaggregate this information in terms of gender aspect. It is important that this information is disaggregated or separated by gender to show how the budget impact on different genders. Like the Department of Social Development in the year, it will state that a total number or like 11 child and youth care centers are funded, and they benefited 366 children, but this information is not disaggregated. Also, it will say more people access departmental services such as substance abuse and crime prevention services, as well as support services for HIV and AIDS. But this information, we are of the view that social development can go further and disaggregate this information so that we can see the impact, who is benefiting, so that there is some gender lens when it comes to reporting. Next slide, please. Also here, we looked at also the program performance of the department. Also, the Commission welcomes the department in reporting on its program performance in all its programs, as well as the number of beneficiaries it's targeting. However, the Commission notes that the department as well does not disaggregate this information in terms of gender, such as the number of children placed in foster care and the number of children accessing care facilities. We see that this information is available, like the number of children placed in foster care, it's written 567, but who are these children? Are they girl? Are they boy? So this information is needed. In order for gender mainstreaming to fully take effect, this information needs to be disaggregated by gender, as program budgets are not neutral, but they affect men and women differently. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are, Nomonde.
Yes, you are, madam. Oh, thank you. I'm waiting for Mzandile or Kevin to fly to the next slide, please. Or should I do it on my side?
Yes, you can do it, Namande.
Let me just go. It says I cannot cannot share the screen. Okay. Can you see the slide?
My apology, Namande. Apparently, there's load shedding on in the venue, so that's why we lost the venue and we lost Mzandile. So if you
Okay.
could just give us a few minutes for them to connect, they will let us know when they load. Apologies for that.
Recording
Okay.
stopped.
No Monday? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, no Monday? The problem is that we are using the hybrid system here. So unfortunately, they must now bring you back because of the load shedding. So you are on the Zoom platform, but you are not on the screens for the woman. So that is why I was thinking possibly we will continue and use the MECs here and then come back to you for that last few slides. Is it fine? Okay. Now it's fine. So baie dankie. Ek het nou met Namonde hier op die Zoom platform gepraat. Ek het aan verduidelik dat ons al voortgaan met die mense wat hier is. Dan kan jy nou net later uit die laaste slide. So because she is on the Zoom platform.
Recording in progress.
So we are just going to give over to Honorable Barton.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Female, of which 30 completed
Recording in progress.
the prior years. So daar is so 'n vaardigheidsontwikkelingsprogram. Nou die vaardigheidsontwikkelingsprogram wat deur Roads and Public Works daar gestel word, se bedoeling is om vroue te bemagtig. 60% van vrouens is al reeds bemagtig deur die program uit 'n getal van 424. The program rolled out during ons sal net nou geleentheid gee. Ons die idee van die platform. Die idee van die platform is dat kom ons luister, u sal definitief geleentheid kry om u bydrae te kan maak.
Ja. Kan ons ek het mis gesê ons gee hulle kans om 'n report te gee. We will engage the report. But it cannot be a two-way now because this is a direct broadcast. So please, people will see on TV how you are going on. I know you want to be seen, but you will get your opportunity. Gee die MEC toch kans, want ons sien is reeds klaar load shedding, ons wil klaar maak. Dankie.
Okay. Okay, I've already indicated that through this apprenticeship program, 124 candidates, of which 60% were female, and even in the prior years, 30 female participants actually completed the program. As part of the renewable energy initiatives, for the financial year 2020-2021, the department enrolled 131 learners. As ons praat van hernieuwbare energie, dan praat ons hier van son, van wind en van hydrogen. En as ander hernieuwbare energie programme waarvan ons ook praat, as ons praat daarvan. Die departement het 131 leerders deur 'n opleidingsproses gevat. Van hierdie 131 leerders is 72 vroue. Hulle is ingeskryf vir 'n periode vir 12 maande in elektriese ingenieurswese sowel as in hernieuwbare energie. Hernieuwbare energie is nou die fokus van onze toekoms. Daarom moet ons nou al reeds seker maak dat mense in daardie rigting in geskool word. Maar ons is almal bewus dat in 2021 verlede jaar en die jaar voor verlede jaar was ons getref deur die COVID-19 pandemie en kon programme en opleiding nie geskied soos dit moes geskied nie. Hierdie program van die opleiding in hernieuwbare energie is van ons van so groot belang, ernstige belang, want as ons mense kan alreeds betyds opleid, dan die volgende slide gee ons 'n breakdown van EPWP projekte in die provinsie en hoe die verskillende streke, Namakwa, Francisbaard, Fiscal en ZFM en al die ander streke in die provinsie waar daar bevind. Dan is daar 'n breakdown in terme van vroue en manne en al die streke, behalwe in Francisbaard, in al die streke, nee, even in Francisbaard, in al die streke is daar ten minste meer as 50% vroue wat deelneem aan die EPWP project. It's unfortunate that we are unable to give you the slide there. Then also in the Department of Economic Development, I was now speaking of roads and public work as a department where there are programs that aim to focus on women. In the Department of Economic Development, there's a program called Enterprise Development and Support Program. Met ander woorde, 'n program wat daarop geskoei is om opkomende besighede, SMMEs, this resulted in a total of 254 enterprises being funded to a total value of 32 million rand. So daar, boonbehalwe die nie-finansiële ondersteuning, is daar ook finansiële ondersteuning vir hierdie besighede wat deur die proses geondersteun was aan die een kant in terme van hulle se dokumente, in terme van opleiding, dan het hulle ook finansiële ondersteuning gekry. En die areas, die sektore is baking and confectionery, automotives, supermarkets, spaza shops, clothing and textile, chesamnyamas, butcheries, personal care, fruit and vegetable vendors. Dit is van die kategorieë van besighede wat deur vroue beman word, wat vroue eienaars is. 254 van hulle het die ondersteuning gekry vanaf die provinsiale regering af. Right around across the province. Enterprise Development and Support. 'n voortsetting daarvan. The next slide. Daar die opleiding geontvang. 14 companies in the Northern Cape, and in this case they are from the Namakwa district, participated in this global exporter program. 56 companies participated in the export awareness and training, of which 30 are women-owned companies. So in other words, there's a deliberate attempt from the side of provincial government, whenever we are engaging on a support program for SMMEs across the province. There's always more than 50% women companies that benefit from that process. There's no way that we'll just continue and perpetuate and further build and further grow only men or just deliberately avoiding, but we are acknowledging that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. We can do better. Even if we reach 70%, 80% of women companies, that would not be a problem because of the disadvantage of the past. 3 women-owned companies out of 21 granted exposure on a national and international platform to export markets and promote their products and secured potential export orders. So in addition, provinsiale regering help even opkomende besighede wat graag hulle se produkte na die buiteland toe wil uitvoer, word eintlik even gehelp, nie net met opleiding nie, maar ook om markte te bekom in die buiteland, om hulle produkte te kan uitvoer na daardie lande toe. Nou ons erken dat as ons praat van 3 vroue companies uit 21 wat geassist is, daar is nog 'n groot backlog in die verband. But we are giving an honest account of what is taking place. In addition, there's also in the field of trade and the trade sector development, there's training that is taking place in the Kimberley Diamond and Jewelry Incubator, and there's also females companies that actually participate, and there are 3 companies that are participating out of 12 that are participating in that scheme. Yes. Thanks. There's a lot of things. I didn't even go into terms of the Department of Agriculture, but the presentation luckily will be available for all of us to see. And then also there are future developments that we are talking of. I've left out at least 2 departments, and in terms of explaining that, but the chairperson is indicating to me here, there are 4 projects that is in the pipeline, major projects, that I think I must take this platform to communicate. It is the Boegoebaai development in Port Nolloth. Is a multi-billion rand development that will be taking place there. There will be a port developed. In addition to that, there will be a hydrogen development that will be taking place. In Priska, there will be a hydrogen development taking place there. In Namakwa, there's the SEZ that is taking place there. Uppington Industrial Park, there's a lot of information about the Uppington Industrial Park as well as the Katu Industrial Park. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time, and luckily the presentation is available and we are available to share with in the debate and in the participation. Thank you so much. I've actually just about done about 10% of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. And I just want to greet also my colleagues on the platform. Mensen gaan nog niet van aangejaagd, maar jullie weten was nog, ons werk was nog in tijd. And I think the MEC really gave a broad perspective. And like the deputy chair said, you will have time to interact. So alles is nog niet gelukkig. Laten we ons gelukkig houden en ons insaam maak, want ons is hier by 'n plek waar die government report back at least, want as ons nog nie report back gee nie, dan is dit nou 'n groot probleem. So the next one will be Councillor Peterson Stanley. Baie dankie. Ek het eintlik teleurgestel op en julle is vandag so doodstil. Ek ken mos nou nie die plek so nie. Maar kom ons praat maar buite, né. Baie dankie.
Goedemorgen. Of is het middag? Ik zie is nog wakker. Goedemiddag. Ik wil eerstens let me greet the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Member Sylvia Lucas, with Honorable Member Bartlett, MEC Foslo, and the MEC of Social Development, as well as the newly elected Executive Mayor, all mayors here and all councillors, and the belangrijkste, and all the other MPs on the virtual platforms, en die meest belangrijkste, die vrouwen van die district. Hulle is die fondasie van ons. Voor ek begin met my presentation, Chairperson, before I started our presentation, I must state that we as a district must be the #1 district to promote, advance, accelerate the development and employment and empowerment of our women. Because if we do not that, we fail our predecessors today, present, like the Deputy NCOP Chairperson, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, and Honorable Bartlett, who are women who hold positions now, senior positions in government. Like the Speaker of the Northern Cape Legislature, our current newly elected mayor of yesterday is a woman. Therefore, I want to make you proud to announce that after the local government election, 1st of November, we are proudly to announce the following. In David Kruiper municipality, we have 33 councillors, and 18 of that 23 councillors are women. In Keigaret municipality, we have 19 councillors, and 10 of that are women. In Chachabani, we have 13 councillors, and 7 are women. In Gatlopele, we have 11 councillors, and 6 are women. In all our ward committees, we decided there must be a GBV representative as district. That's the direction from the Premier of the Northern Cape. In ZFM, of all these, we have a woman mayor. There she is. In Tshatsabane, we have a woman mayor and chief whip. In Gatlopele, we have a woman mayor and chief whip. In David Kruiper, we have a speaker and chief whip. In Keigaret, we have a speaker as well. So with this, I want to say to you, in the ZFM district, ons bly nie agter nie. We want to lead. We keep to our promise to empower women. We are the largest district in the country because we host the largest municipality in the country. This is a brief presentation. I don't want to dwell into this because it's a lot of English, and I know our people that listen to that sitting here are not much into English. But the audience that we must speak to, they want to know what we are up to. So I will not dwell into that English. I will just touch on what our commitment was when the NCOP were last year. As we said, we committed as the district chairperson to empower 50 women small businesses. We already budgeted for that as a district, just to show how serious we are. Last month, we sponsor disabled persons. If for the first time in the history that they obtained, 12 of them obtained learners, and 9 of them, of the 9, 3 obtained driver's license. And mainly they were women. So we have 4 municipalities in our district. As I said, most of them are agriculture, but there are one that's a mining hub that is in Chatsibane, in Gatlopele. And we are busy now by saying to all these mines, you will not come in our district and you will not empower our women. We're busy now calling all these mines DMR, and especially the solar parks here. You come with your millions and your billions, but our women are unemployed. Our women are not empowered. So we as the district, in short, chairperson, because I don't want to waste time, our presentation are with the portfolio committee and the chairperson. It's available if you want it, because we are a responsible government to look after our women. And as I'm saying, ons wil die huiskinders teleurstel. And the deputy chairperson is a house child. That's why we as district want to say, we will not fail you. We will not fail you. I'm a speaker, I'm a man. We are 2 men here, me and the MEC. Hey, and we feel so out because we are men and there are a lot of women. But we must commit ourselves, because our women are not only, they call it now the new term, home executives, huisvrouwens. No, they must be they must be the breadwinners as well. Because, you know, when we as men have all this money, we said, hey, ek werk. Nowadays, the tables must be changed. And we as a district, you can hold us accountable. We have the mayor there. She must remind me, you make that promise of women. I can also announce that in the last 3 months, as a district, we were the best. Last year, we were the best EPWP program. And this year, we will also be the best EPWP program because we employed 300 EPWP workers. And 98% of that were women. Yesterday, we trained them as businesswomen to make business with EPWP. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Baie dankie. Ek sal maar nou nie die history sê van ek kan stel jy en question wel nie. Hulle weet ons nog met die voet uit het geloop, né? Baie dankie. But it's always good to see when you work together, when you did door to door together, and you sit on the stage together. So the fight was about our people, not about us. And it was a good fight, Stanley, né? It was a good fight. So the next person, ZFM, thank you very much. The next person will be the manager in the mayor's office of Pixley Kasemia district. Mr. M. Kimfase, I'm not sure, are you on the platform? Are you on the platform, Mr. Mfase? Mr. Mfase, are you on the platform? Shirley?
Hello?
Okay, thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can proceed. Thank you very much. Ne?
You are audible. You can speak.
Father, you can speak. Ne?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Let me also greet the honorable deputy chairperson and all.
Can we see your face?
Can you see me now?
Okay. Yeah, now we can see you. You can speak. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I was saying, let me first greet the deputy chairperson of the NCOP, and all other dignitaries. Let me also apologize on behalf of our office. The speaker who was tasked with this could not make it, and the executive mayor also is involved in other commitments. Let me also apologize because there is currently no report that has been drafted, but let me also take the commitment that will ensure that we send the report. But I will, as I join the meeting, I'll just give a brief overview of the district, and also chair. I will try
Sorry,
my
Mkonto.
utmost best to be brief.
Mkonto, sorry.
Hello?
Are you having two
Hello?
gadgets on? Are you having two gadgets on? Just use one, please. There is an echo. Just use one.
I think my phone was on, so I've switched it off now. Is it
Thank
fine now?
you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Pixlika Summit District Municipality is a Category C municipality, and it covers the area of 110 square kilometers, which is also 27.7% of the total area that constitutes the Northern Cape province. The district municipality is in the easternmost district municipality within the Northern Cape and on the borders of Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and the Free State.
Sorry, Mkonta, sorry. Can you just speak to the mic, please? We can't hear you properly. Just speak to the mic.
To the mic.
Okay. Yeah, you are better now.
Yeah. So our district consists of eight municipalities, which is Mthanjeni, Karieberg, Renosterberg, Siyancuma, Siyathemba, Thembelihle, Ubuntu, and Msobomvu municipality. In all our municipality, in all our councils, we do have a gender balanced area, gender balanced councils, and in most of our municipalities, women are represented, and in other municipalities, we do have more women than men. In our district, most of our policies are gender sensitive, and in terms of our integrated development plan, women issues are mainstreamed, and our local economic development is also women. It also focuses on women empowerment. And most of our economic opportunities, they consider mostly women. And in terms of employment in our municipalities, more especially senior managers, currently we're standing at 4, because we do have one here at District 7, our chief internal audit at Ubuntu municipality. The senior management corporate services is a woman, and we are now getting the reports in terms of women empowerment in all our political district intergovernmental forums. And in terms of our sector departments, now we are also in the process of appointing more women, because what we saw, most of our departments, sector departments, more especially in the district, men are dominating. But in our last district, when the speaker, Councillor Sindh, who is also a woman, emphasized on the issue of, more especially our appointments now, our appointments should be gender sensitive. In terms of our gender based violence, activities. Even this morning, we were requested the institution to give knock off to all our, because we attended a court case whereby one of our women colleagues was kidnapped 2 weeks ago by the foreigners. But we are also following that case because the case has been postponed to Monday for formal bail application. Our women caucus was launched on the 14th of June with Salga here. Now currently we have got a newly elected district chairperson of the women caucus. As I said, Chair, there is currently not prepared, not a report which is prepared, but I promise that by next week, when the mayor and the speaker in office, we will draft a report and send it to the deputy chairperson of the NCOP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MM. Thank you very much. Baie dankie. Ons gaan onze volgende persoon is nou, maar wie sê ons? Honorable MEC Vilakasi. Thank you very much. Also from Pixley, but representing the province. Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Ikamalama kosikas! Watinta bafas! Watini bokot! Zakufa, eka no ni sangi anders te gesang, julle weet mos. Die sangsters het hier so sangeres. Thank you very much.
Waichukucha ZFM, waichukucha. Waichukucha ZFM, waichukucha. Is lekker koud. Honorable S.E. Lucas, the Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Honorable B. Bartlett, the whip, who's representing the ANC in the NCOP. The Speaker and the Mayor of the District Municipality in ZFM, the newly elected Mayor, my colleagues, MEC Foslo and MEC Bloom, the Commissioner, Mrs. Ongomo Diseko of Gender Equality, the Chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commissioner, Dr. P.N. Mbava, our colleagues who joined us virtually, the Speaker of the Legislature, Speaker Honorable Nurin Cluster, and all the stakeholders, the different departments that are here, the officials from all the different departments, and lastly, the most people who brought us here this morning, our women, our mothers, our sisters, our young women that amongst us, good afternoon. My presentation, I will just give an outline of what the presentation is entailed, like the introduction and objective, the strategic 1, 2, 3, and 12, and also an update on the government interventions. On introduction, the Department of Social Development is committed to advance empowerment of women, children, and people with disabilities. Our commitment remains the building of self-reliant society within which women will be free and economically emancipated. And also in line with the Women Charter on Accelerated Development, the department commits to meet its targets on eradicating the triple oppression of women in society. On objectives, this presentation will provide progress made by the Department of Social Development on the review of the Women's Charter. And also it will provide an update on provincial government interventions to date. Last time in 2021, when we had the same session, there were weaknesses that were identified during the provincial session. One of those weaknesses, a gender discourse that is driven by events, uncoordinated provincial gender machinery, the lack of expertise and know-how in implementing gender mainstreaming processes and programs, a lack of support from the departments and the administration in general. In our priority actions, DSD has introduced the concept of gender responsive budgeting in the beginning of the 2022-2023. The gender focal person is a person of the Budget Review Management Committee to ensure that the programs and gender mainstreamed utilizing the gender result effectiveness scale. All 5 chief directors have included gender mainstreaming as a KRA in their performance agreements, same to be rolled out to all SMS. Gender mainstreaming serves as an agenda item at the extended EMC meetings, gender forum structures in place in all the district levels and provincial level. The strategic and annual performance plan of the department related to service delivery driven programs have tangible gender targets and agendas. The department will have to review the TID for program 1, which is the administration, to be explicit in reflecting equity. The gender mainstreaming for the advancement of equality has been placed firmly in the office of the HOD, reporting directly to the accounting officer. Therefore, the department has a gender forum responsive for collating disaggregated data from all programs in order to assess how their policies, programs, and related budgets advance gender equality. The department have 3 targeted sub-programs dealing with gender, youth, and disability units. Of course, the targeted programs for the whole financial year. Youth development total budget allocation is 22 million. Service to persons with disabilities sub-programs at a total budget allocation of 25.3 million. The 47 million, which is the 2 figures I was talking about, represent 4% of the total allocation of the 2021-2022 financial year. The above mentioned budget aim is to empower and support developmental programs. Internal analysis of the budget to assess the responsiveness to the priorities of gender, youth, and disabilities conducted regularly to identify underspending. All underspending is redirected to gender, youth, and disability. Standardized requirements and guidelines for the collection of gender disaggregated data has been institutionalized to serve as the basic for targeted evidence-based policy and legislative formulation. Ongoing skills development and capacity building on gender responsive planning and budgeting is taking place through the collaboration with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as through Provincial Treasury. Increasing the number of women and manage, own and control enterprises and productive assets. The department have trained 60 young ladies trained on sewing projects, 30 from Francis Bart and 30 from ZFM district respectively. 1 million was set aside to support 30 women, 30 ladies with starter packs in the form of sewing machines and overlockers, as well as cotton material to start their own business. 60 young people were identified across the Francis Park and JTG districts. They all received training and grade E to C security management. Addressing the gendered impact on the COVID-19 pandemic on working class and poor women. Women Empowerment Program used as an exit strategy for beneficiaries of psychosocial support, substance abuse, and for persons with disabilities. Procured PPEs 12,000 masks from 5 women cooperatives at the value of 250,000 for residential facilities and soup kitchens. All these were done by women. The partnership with CEDA is for linking cooperatives to economic opportunities through financial management, compliance, business registration, and provision of equipment for setting up, e.g. like sewing machines. The partnership with SASSA is for the school uniform program through women-owned cooperatives. 98 young women beneficiaries out of the 198 beneficiaries reached during 2021-2022 financial year through National Youth Service Programs, soft skills, hard skills, to obtain driver's licenses, computer skills, and others with a budget of 2.9 million. 25 young women out of 51 participants received basic firefighting training at a total cost of 917,000. Advancing gender-sensitive workers' rights, addressing the gender impact on the COVID-19 pandemic on working class and poor women. There's a breakdown there of achieving equitable representation in all occupational categories, levels in the workplace. This is the state of that in DSD. In relation to the various previous slide, we wish to highlight that the Department of Social Development has a total workforce of 1,097 employees in permanent and contract positions. Out of the total number of 1,097 employees, 746 are women. Can we give DSD a hand of applause for that? The department has 25 top management positions, and from that number, 12 are women. The total number of people with disabilities employed is 13, and 9 are women. Can we give a round of applause for that? From the above presented figures, it is clear that the department is striving hard to meet the targets in the appointment of women and people with disabilities. And all forms of violence against women and femicide. We're gonna our focus now on gender-based violence. Mama Lucas, I just want to say the issue of gender-based violence, it's a very serious matter that government alone won't be able to fight. We need everybody to come on board so that we can fight this scourge. Because we don't even know what kind of color it is, but the only thing that we know about it, it kills our women, it rapes our kids, you know, it do all sorts of things to our women. And we are saying enough is enough. I want to make a plea today that all of us, if you know there's a woman, there's a child who's being abused and raped on a daily basis, even if it happens at your neighbor or in your home, today it must come to an end. I want to plead with mamas. We know some of us, we are afraid of the stigma. If I come out and say I'm being abused, the stigma will be there in the community. I also want to plead with our communities that let's support all the women who are going through that. And let's try to reach to them and convince them, show them the only way is to come out and talk about this thing. As government, we will be there to give assistance to you. But I'm going to just give a clear indication on what programs and what assistance are we giving as the Department of Social Development in ensuring that we fight this scourge. Government shall provide funding and shelters parenting programs. The total budget for the implementation of gender-based violence is 8,138 million. This amount includes the provincial as well as district's goods and services budgets. Psychosocial support services are services that are provided within the gender-based violence. The transfer budget for NGOs for the provision of gender-based violence services amounts to 1,904 million. 16 gender-based violence and femicide social workers have been appointed across the province at the identified gender-based violence femicide hotspots. Out of 4,774 number of recorded cases of physical, sexual, and psychological violence assessing support services, 33 was from persons with disabilities and 5 victims of human trafficking. 6 out of 215 victims of gender-based violence and crime assessed sheltering services were persons with disabilities and 100 children. 118 VP volunteers throughout the province receiving a stipend of 2,450 per volunteer per month in line with the EPWP ministerial determination. All 5 districts at 1 Tutuzela Care Center, each as a one-stop facility that have been introduced as a critical part of South Africa's anti-rape strategy, aiming to reduce secondary victimization, improve conviction rates, and reduce the cycle time for finalization of cases. The province has 6 operational shelters for abused women, and we are trying by all means that they all have accessibility to accommodate women with disabilities. The Sawading White Door Shelters is under construction. The contractor is on site and is expected to be finished end of July 2022, but the rain is also delaying the project. Namakoi municipality identified an old clinic building in Nababib to be utilized as a shelter. The procurement for the refurbishment of the center is at its process. Pixlika-Seme district has 2 shelters, the DR and Colesbeck the DR and Colesbeck one. Arrangements have been made with the district to transfer victims from Priska to DR and from Douglas to Kimberley to ensure that they access the required services. The MOU between the Department of Roads and Public Works and Kolomela Mine will be finalized to continue with the operationalization of the Nsansabane shelter, which was donated by the mine to the department during the current financial year. We also have stats of the crime stats against women, of which I'm not going to save time, I'm not going to go through all the stats. And we also have the stats of the children, crime against children. And they will be available. But also, this framework approach by Cabinet in March 2019, despite notable advances, women and girls still suffer from multi-dimensional poverty, inequality, and discrimination on the basis of gender. Compounded by multiple deprivations and deep-seated social problems such as gender-based violence, women's exclusion from the mainstream economy and lack of access to economic opportunities is underpinned by the following. 1, patriarchy and unequal gender relations. A legacy of racial oppression and marginalization. Unequal access to ownership and control of the economy and productive resources, including land, and women's unequal burden of unpaid care work. This is what our women still go through in the country and in our province. So the fight is not over, but we need everybody on board to make sure these fights, we achieve what we want for the women of this country and the women of this province. The status to date, several workshops were conducted on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation and auditing. The gender-based violence and femicide task team established by the Premier in 2020 has conducted sessions in various municipalities and provincial departments. We have a functional gender-based violence forum secretariat that ensures and monitor day-to-day trends and data from hotspots. A provincial blueprint on gender-based violence and femicide was deployed, developed and approached and approved by EXCO in 2021. Currently, localizing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. District of Francis Bart has already launched the District Forum on Gender-Based Violence on the 23rd of June 2020. Similar activities are expected from the remaining districts. All departments and municipalities must ensure the implementation of the gender responsive budgeting, planning, monitoring, and evaluation and auditing as a matter of principle. In conclusion and recommendations, the above information represents an account of activities that were advanced by the Department of Social Development in support to women, children, and people with disabilities. The Women's Charter gives us an opportunity to make an assessment of our gains and affirm our resolve in delivering services to the most vulnerable in our society. Provincially, we need to ensure coherence in terms of coordinating and managing gender mainstreaming. We have identified, Mama Lucas, that we still have to make sure that coordination must be properly coordinated. There's still a gap in terms of how we coordinate our programs. The gender machinery needs to be established and tightened. The gender focal points in departments and municipalities should be located and pitched accordingly. We therefore recommend that Parliament must know the progress made by the department in delivering commitments of the Charter and support our fight against gender violence and femicide. And I thank you.
Baie dankie Malibongwe. Digamela makosikas. As baie lekker se vrou so staan en praat, ne? Baie dankie MEC wil ek sê. En baie dankie vir julle. Julle so skoolkinders was vandag baie gehoorsaam, ne? So nou is ek nou klaar met my werk. Ek gee nou weer oor aan 'n baie kwaai vrou. So sy gaan hom julle besig raak. But I think it was a very good session. We know it's very cold. It's not like Appington, it's unlike Appington. Appington is die warmste plek. Maar het is vandag 'n ding gewys. Maar baie dankie, ek sien julle is baie sterk. And I must give back to our Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, based in Cape Town, representing the province and actually the country. So ek gaan nou terug aan Honorable Sylvia Lucas. Wathinda bafaz. Wathinda bafaz. Wathindi mbokoto. Ay, azakufa.
Malibongwe. Igama la makosikazi. Nou, alle programma wat ons het, bring ons vir julle al hierdie geleerde informasie. But it's necessary because people need to know whether there was progress or not. So now it is your turn. So die mense kan kom, 5 van hierdie kant af, kan hier kom. Ek wil hê julle moet dit is nie net vrae nie, voorstelle wat jy ook idees en alles wat jy het. So kan ons 5 van hierdie kant af kry. Kan ons 5 van hierdie kant af kry? 5 van hierdie kant af. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kom nou, kom. Kom hier so voor. Hierdie stoele kan ons net die ashes vra om die stoele op te sit. Please, Mzwaik, kan daar iemand wees? Just come to the center. Yeah, just come to the center. 5 van die kant af, 5 van die kant af. Daar is, die stoel is daar. We are giving you dignity, my dear. Just sit down. We are giving you dignity. Ons wil hê julle moet julle se dima hou, asseblief. 5 from that side, 5 from the other side. So, ons begin so. Die vrouens van Appington is mos baie, hoe sê mens, gedisciplineerd. Yes, I know you are very disciplined people. Onthou, die LER vir ekonomiese sake moet nog na Makwaland toe gaan vir die hydrogen project. So, en ek het geïnsist, hy moet bly, sodat hy kan julle inset en luister. Dames, you can ask questions or you can make inputs. Feel free, identify yourself. Ek is Martha van Wyk en ek het die volgende question. You may.
Malibongwe.
Igama lamakosi kasi.
Igama lamakosi kasi.
Malibongwe.
Ek stel myself voor, my naam is Nobomi Mjila. Ek het verstaan dat die regering ons nie almal kan werk gee nie. So ek het die moeite gedoen. Ek het gegaan om my passie te volg en 'n chefskool bygegaan woon. Ek het teruggekom, ek het my besigheid geregistreer en ons word in die wyke word ons gemotiveer om ons besighede te gaan registreer. Nou gaan jy om jou besigheid te gaan registreer en op die einde van die dag dan kry jy nie werkie. Jy het 'n huis, die besigheid is geregistreer, jy kry nie werkie, as jy by die munisipaliteit kom, dan hang daai geregistreerde besigheid op jou naam, jou krag is geblok en al hierdie tipe dinge kan dan lei tot gender-based violence. Want jy as 'n jong persoon wat 'n passie het moeites gegaan doen om jou passie te volg, maar dit word niks van dit nie. So ek doen 'n pleidooi.
Nabongi, ek is in die parlement, jy praat 3 minute, want jy maak nie toespraak, jy sê jou probleem. Dis al.
Op dis, ek doen 'n pleidooi op ons wijkraadlede asseblief, dat julle sal moet kyk na ons met klein besighede, en dat julle moet die inligting bring na ons toe asseblief, want regtig hierdie dinge lei na gender-based violence. So dis hoekom ons jong mense opeindig om die tipe dinge te doen en op die einde van die dag benadeel dit vir ons, want ons is werkloos en ons raak depressed en frustreerd en eindig op om dinge te doen. Baie dankie.
Jou raadslid met vergadering hou.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hester Mackenzie. I'm from the Esther generation. I'm not asking questions. I'm not somebody that is here to blame. If I have to blame, I have to blame myself. Number one, MEC, I'm happy that you are here. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very happy because you are right in my alley. The chairperson say I'm a woman of God, but she forgot to mention before the woman of God, I was working for your very same department, a founder member of the Department of Economic Affairs.
I told them of your economic background.
Yes, so that is it. I just wanted to say to all of us today, number one, we can first start with the government, secondly, we start with ourselves. The important issue for me here is Northern Cape is the province of the future. Let's not even hide it. Now, being the province of the future, if we make if I come to a meeting that is called the Accelerated Plan 2020 Women's Charter Accelerated Development Plan, What did we accelerate? What happened 25 years ago? It's 25 years. What did we do? I'm not talking about gender-based violence. I'm straightforward. I'm talking about the economy. I'm not going to say like Mrs. Majila talking about small business. I'm saying today, Northern Cape got a renewable energy sector of billions. Northern Cape got the mining industry of billions. Northern Cape is about to attract hydrogen, and I'm following you guys with keen interest. I can see you are attracting it. We are going to have Bukhube. MEC, we are no more going to talk about the beautiful words that we say we from targeted group. Everybody that when you present about women, we are targeted group. We don't want to be targeted group, ma'am. We want to be beneficiaries. And in Northern Cape, we know that what is our challenge is education. Some of us, we don't have it. So somewhere that means that our policy framework to some extent have to change dramatically. How does it have to change dramatically? We have to make sure we go back to the beginning. We have to start with creating awareness. Mrs. Majila stand here today, talk about SMMEs. There's a lot of programs available, but to what extent does she know about it, and how can she optimize and get involved in the process? MEC, there is Black economic empowerment. Don't swap us women again after 28 years under Black economic empowerment. If you talk about social compact, and you talk about a Public Finance Management Act that said they set aside clauses. In Northern Cape, sir, you need to set aside licenses for us. You need to set aside certain businesses for us in all these big businesses. There's no need for us to be from a community to participate from a renewable energy project. It's time for 3 or 5 of us to own our own project. Yes. Now, who can make it possible? It's you, sir. It's you. I've been working, and I'm saying it with conviction, because I've worked for the Northern Cape government in your department. I work for independent power producer, the solar society in Uppington. I've worked for the Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry in Forestry. I'm working for energy department. I have sufficient knowledge to understand, to say to you, enough is enough, sir. Me, I'm in transit. You know what is transit? I'm living with my 1 foot in Johannesburg. I'm living with my 1 foot in Northern Cape, and I'm coming back. Ladies, secondly, don't get excited here. You should not get excited, because who do we have to blame is ourselves. When there's a meeting there, we see Ma'am Sylvia on the road, or you see you on the road, we say, nee man, hy forcing wil niks met hom te doen dis nie. Yeah, you are wasting your time. It's time that it starts here. Create awareness here. Better yourself, empower yourself. So, madam, I'm coming to my last point. The social compact of this woman's charter have to change. It have to change, and it is no more a compact where we only have oversight and you mention us as just by the way. There should be a restructuring of the institutional framework. If I'm not even saying with new, restructuring, review, remake, remote. And last but not least, ladies, let us start working on ourselves. Self-empowerment and self-development. I'm standing back. Thank you.
Die belangrikste ding wat ek gedink het jy sal hom uitspel is die feit dat nie een van ons wat hier sit het aandele in die myne wat hier in die Noord-Kaap is. Maar wat baie belangrik is, iets wat die Gender Commission genoem het, wat die FFC genoem het, en ek dink wat Esther ook genoem het, is die feit dat we need to empower ourselves. Ons moet skool toe gaan. Ons moet skool toe gaan. Ons moet skills kry. Ek praat nie van matriekie. Want hier het ons matriek en ons moet politicians wees. Ons is nog nie miljonairs. Ons wil hê mense met die nodige vaardighede aangeleer word. En dit is die responsibility van die mense. Ek het hulle gebring, ek het nie nodig om antwoord te gee nie. Ek sit nog by die pakkasse wat julle bring. Next. Ek wil net sê, ek het vir Esther 'n bietjie toegelaat omdat sy so baie inligting het. Maar ek is in die parlement, as jou 3 minute klaar is, honorable member, your time has expired.
Good day, everybody. My name is Sharisa van Skalkwijk. I am the founder of an organization called Center of Hope. I am also a woman and a business person, and I have experience in both these sectors to say that from the things that Mr. Vosloo mentioned that has been happening within our province, I'm just wondering how many of it happened in Uppington, because I know a lot of things, it just starts and it stops in Kimberley, and then sometimes our leaders base their reports based on that. So how much of it has come to Uppington? My organization helps people to go get opportunities and bring it to our communities who does not have the information. So just in the beginning of the year, we approached Afasa, who's also in Kimberley, who is giving vouchers, 2,000 rand vouchers for community members to start farming in their backyard.
Agriculture, yes.
So it's been months now that we've been trying to find them, to get them also to come to Uppington, but it has not happened. So how many of the things just start and stop in Kimberley? Uppington is also still part of the Northern Cape. So when you guys make your reports, make sure that when you report of something, let it be people in Uppington. And you also mentioned that there's so many women that has done so many things that has been assisted. How many of those women are young people? Because we found that our leaders of our province, and if I can just bring it back home, in Uppington, they do not believe in their youth. They do not have faith in their youth. You will approach them with different proposals and stuff. Just about 10 years ago, I left Uppington to go to Pretoria because of a very such thing that a leader will take your idea, your proposal, and will give it to somebody else to operate. And the very same things is still happening today. So our leaders need to change their mindset. This is the time of the youth. We are not of the future, the leaders of the future. We are the leaders of now. So it's time that you guys start investing in us right now, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Did you say you are from the Center of Hope? Are you known in Uppington? Are you known in Uppington? Word jy goed geken in Uppington? Nee, ek praat nie van dit nie. Ek moet nie lament nie. Stel jy jouself bekend aan gemeenskappe. Dis wat ek wil weet. Sê jy, weet jy wat? Het jy gehoor wat sê Hester? Begin by jouself. Maar ek ken nie vir Center of Hope nie. Maar ek het vir Riverside hier. Ek wil vra jy met die joernalis van Riverside 'n afspraak maak. Laat jy begin om jou center bekend te stel by Riverside. Hoor jy? Ek is hier so. Riverside is hier. Hulle sal jou nou approach. Want ek hou van die idee dat jy 'n center het waar jy jong mense wil bemagtig. Maar jy kan nie in 'n donker hoekie daai bemagtiging doen nie. There you are. Sharp. Dankie. En nog 'n ding. Ek het gehoor hoe baie het sy gepraat. Sy het net 2,5 minute gebruik, so 3 minute is genoeg.
Good evening, Chairperson. Good evening, everybody. My name is Tepo. My surname is Bidi. I am based in Uppington. I am the deputy secretary.
They didn't hear your name.
My name is Tepo. My surname is Bidi. Tepo Bidi. B-I-D-I.
Bidi, nie ons ken daai Bidi, ons het daar saam met hom gewerk.
Let me just introduce myself. I am the deputy secretary of the CPF in Pabalelo, and I am the secretary of a non-profit organization, Nation Against Gender-Based Violence, and I am also a community activist. I firstly would like to start with, I would like the broader, sorry, I didn't greet everybody, all protocols observed. I would like to embark more on the issue of the boy child. I think we lack a bit focus when it comes to the boy child because we tend to get bored and all of those stuff lead to rape and all of those stuff. My plea is that can we please, we are struggling in Uppington, we are struggling with programs in Uppington to help the boy child. We need a youth center in Uppington, which we have been talking about it for very long now, and still there's nothing. We tried, I won't mention who we went to and stuff like that, but we tried to communicate with people to help us to get that a hold of, to establish a youth center in Uppington because we know drugs is one of the problems, alcohol abuse is one of the problems. But I think the solution to that will be a youth center so that we can develop skills for young people. The second one is unemployment. The second one is unemployment. I thank you. You are here, newly elected mayor of the ZFM. Ek vra ons het mos councillors gekies because they understand the community. Or the councillors gekies because they know the ins and outs of our communities. So ons vra, can you guys please, if there's 10% of the power of giving young people jobs, can you guys at least give 5% to the councillors, because they are working with the communities and they know exactly umamus bani kry baie swaar en hulle soveel kinders, so kan ons die stukkie vir hulle gee. And then I would also like to the MEC, can you please, the issue of funding, it's not happening. It's not happening. I can remember Mamum Jila, she's one of the people, she's really struggling. If you can help her, we would really highly appreciate that. And then the last thing that I'd like to say before my 3 minutes are over. The last thing I would like to say, the Nation Against Gender-Based Violence are struggling with a space. We are having cases, we are struggling with a space. The Nation Against Gender-Based Violence, it's a non-profit organization which started in 2002, which I am the secretary of the organization. So we are looking for a space because we are struggling to help victims of gender-based violence. So we do not have a space to accommodate them. So I am pleading, members of parliament, please hear our plea. Thank you.
Sepo. Just give your details to Mzwandile. The people of the staff or the managers of social development is here. I want them to take the details. So that is a provincial issue. They must just respond to that. Next. Candace, I made this by a court, help them there.
Okay. Allow me to greet everyone in the wonderful name of Jesus and all protocol observed. My name is Tembeka, surname is Popi. Yes, I am serving as a branch pastor in Papalelo. I'm also a secretary of fraternity in Appington, Pastors Fraternal, and serving in few organizations, more especially as a chairperson, and I'm also a coordinator of ECD forum in Papalelo that is forming in the forums of ZFM. My concern this is a dragon. I do want also to mention that I am a survivor of a gender-based violence. I'm touched when something like empowering a girl child is so important. I want to come up with an input or a suggestion that, is there any possibility that we can pin this gender-based violence on a very low level of a girl child? For instance, I'm just making an example. How can we, or how can the government assist the community by intertwining the child at the early stage? It doesn't matter if it's a girl or a boy. In terms of children should be in ECD centers, because there are many ECD centers out there, but we are still having many children outside the ECD centers. I know maybe parents will say, no, we can't afford. For instance, it's 200 Rand per month. But I do believe that our government is contributing towards the life of a child, because there's a SASA grant or child support grant that is being out there. What can the government do to intertwine these two so that the children, let me make an example, practical example. The ECD center in that area should have the whole children in that ECD, but the money must not come from parent, even if it is deducted from the SASA, because most of us women, we drink the SASA grant doch. Ons must break them. When it comes, we don't go and pay the ECD, we on stranded. Dan weet ons hou ons kinders by die huis, then what will happen with the child? Imagine this girl child is not empowered, is not development in the ECD level. Then the child should go to a primary school. When the child comes there, the child is not developed. And the child feels, ek is net dom, want ander mense, ander kinders hulle weet, what are the colors, or what are the circles and the squares, but I don't. That's why we suffered a school dropout. The last point, when the child this child drops out because he can't follow, or he feels or she feels that she's outdated than other children who attended ECD. And then we have a rate of dropout children. That's why we find this young, beautiful, plumpy girl sitting at home doing nothing. And then they are vulnerable for rape. They are vulnerable to be abused. So I just want, my main point is there any way that this that government can link the ECD money to the crashes around the area so that there is no struggles, because most ECDs are collapsing because parents are not paying. Not that the children are not having ECD grants, but we are misusing it, we drink it. Thank you.
The important one, Tembeka, is when parents, as ouers begin besef, daar is nie 'n prys aan education nie. Because hoe vroeër 'n kind education begin kry, hoe beter is dit vir sy eie development. So ons hoor jou, maar miskien as jy jou tyd so 'n bietjie voor, ons weet nie wat kan gebeur nie. As a proposal that the SASSA grant should be linked to the early childhood development.
Good day, each and everyone. My name is Subaida Minis. I'm from Rosedale. One of my points is we are really tired of squatter camps in shacks in the Northern Cape, Uppington. When will the start of building of houses will be happen? And I'm very nice, right. Is it, I'm going to speak Afrikaans. Wanneer...
Praat, niemand het gesê jy moet Engels praat. Die Engels het in elk geval met die skip gekom.
Okay, die bou van huise.
Hoor hier, Engels is die kasie. Want toe ons groot geword het, toe kan ons die kaas bekostig nie. Engels hoef jy nie te praat nie, want het met die skip gekom. Praat Afrikaans.
Yes, wat ek graag wil, my naam is Subaida Minis van Rosedale, Uppington. Ek wil graag weet, ons in die Noord-Kaap is al moeg vir plakkerskamp hitte. Met hierdie swaar reën en alles, is alles deurnat van ons. Ons wil weet, wanneer gaan daar huise gebou word in die Noord-Kaap, Uppington? Wat ek wil ook sê, in die projek EPWP, ek is ook werksaamig daarso. Dit is 'n baie goeie projek. Maar wat ek wil weet is, hoekom moet die projekte gedurig net 2 tot 3 maande? Wat gebeur daarna? Sit ons weer werklose jeug, want ek is ook 'n jeugdige en ek is ook 'n moeder. En ons as moeders, ons ly geweldig. 3 maande het jy werk, die res van die jaar het jy nie weer werk nie. So, dit bring ook aan na dwelms. Wat ek ook wil vra is daar 'n moontlikheid dat daar 'n rehabilitasiesentrum vir ons in Uppington kan gebou word, om ons mense wat drug addicted is, daarna toe te kan verwys en te stuur, wat hulle nie hoef so ver te gaan nie. Dit is die bou van die proses gaan ook werkskepping bring, selfs die bou van huise is ook werkskepping vir ons youth. Dan wil ek ook graag vra, ons mense ly aan honger, maar agriculture kom nie uit na ons se gemeenskappe toe, om vir die agriculture en landbou, om vir ons meer aware te maak van hoe om opleiding te gee in plante en hoe om gewasse en goed te plant, sodat ons mense weet en plek beskikbaar stel. Ons het groot oop gebiede daarachter met vrugbare grond, waar ons kan groente en vrugte vir ons self kweek.
1 minuut.
Okay.
1 minuut, jy kan klaar praat.
En dan wil ons ook vra 'n awareness campaign vir ons vir mynbou. In Noord-Kaap is daar regtig, ons is ryk aan mynbou, maar ons het nie die kennisse en opleiding daarin nie, sodat ons kan weet hoe om onsself te empower in sekere prosesse.
Dankie, meisie.
Dankie vir die geleentheid. Dis Bidandi.
Kan ons net asseblief, dit is die civic het mos nie 'n goeie akustiekie. So as mense brom, Dan hoor jy meer die gebrom as wat jy die persoon hoor wat spreek.
Baie dankie, ma'am. My naam is Lisbeth Dandy. Ek is gedeeltelik alreeds gedek van my Mjila. Ek het 'n probleem. Ons is mos nou nie meer jeuggie. Ons is mos nou amper oud. So jy moet nog baie jare wag vir 60. So ons sal nie meer werk kry nie. Ons soek in elk geval die werk nou nie. Maar ons het idees.
Nee, ek sê maar net, die ding kom in alle provinsies op. Dat mense sê as hulle ouer as 35 is of ouer as 40, dan kan hulle nie meer kwalifiseer vir polisie of wie of wat ook al nie. Dit kom oral op.
Ja.
Jy kan voortgaan, Lisbeth.
Dankie, Auntie Sylvie. Ons het idees, maar soos die vorige spreker gepraat het, en ek, die ene is direct na die MEC toe, die MEC het ook genoem. Ons moet dink om vir onsself te werk. Ons het idees, jy registreer die company, die ding wat jy wil doen. Onmiddellik as jy my geregistreer het, ek is nog armlastig ook by munisipaliteit. Onmiddellik as jy my geregistreer het, jy het nog nooit werk gekry nie. Of iets, 'n wins gemaak uit die ding uit die, waar jy afgehaal van die armlastig uit. As jy jou hoe uitvee, dis hy rekening op 8,000. En dan jy kry nie CPS nie. Jy het nie werk nie. Jy probeer nog die ding van die grond aftel. Dis die een punt. Die ander punt is, ek is bly die MEC van Social Development is hier. Ek het 'n idee, die ander spreker het ook gesê, mense idees word gesteel. So ek sal hom nie hier public maak nie.
Jy kan maar jou details gee.
Ek sal dit met haar bespreek.
Daar sê.
Baie dankie.
Dankie, Lisbeth. Idees wat by geleenthede kom. Ja.
Ek wil tog net vir almal sê,
Ek wil net hê iemand met daar agter is, sodat niemand in die ry inkom wat ek nie gesien het hy kom in die ry nie. Niemand wat in die ry insluip nie. Daar was iemand wat, ek weet ek, jy wil mens nie so agter gesit het, jy gaan nou, en hulle sit nou daar. Kom, jy wil mens, ek het jou gesien, jy loop uit die ry. Jy kan daar agter gaan sit. Gaan, 2 van hier af, jy is nummer 1, gaan, nog ene, kan gaan. Nou, daar agter is iemand. Oké, nog ene. Nog ene, is eers klaar. Maar julle sal die vol... Nee, laat sy sit, is fine, kry jou stoel, sit jy. Jy kan maar voortgaan, meisie. Wat is jou hare nou so wat? Ek het jou nog nie eens geken nie.
goeiemiddag. Ek wil tog net, ek is Ansie Kloete, ek bly in Kameelmond.
Ansie se hare is nou spierwit. Van jy nie meer by kennis sien as jou hare wit.
Baie dankie. Ek wil tog net, my eerste punt is verkrachtings onder die minderjariges. In Kameelmond sit ons met 'n probleem. Ek kom nou al 3 jaar aan, ek dink u weet, en Sylvie, van die verkragtsaak van Henry van Eden daaronder is nou weer. Ek wil tog vra raadslid September, julle moet my ondersteun, die 29ste kom die saak weer voor.
Kom hy saak nou nog voor?
Hy kom nou nog voor. Dis die 29ste June. En dan wil ek ook sê, ons minderjarige kinders, as ek praat van minderjarige kinders, dan is hulle ouderdomme van 9 tot 10. Dis die grootste, 9 tot 10 en dan ouer. Ons kinders is heeltemal, ek weet nie wat 'n woord moet ek gebruik nie, is die dwelms, kom ek begin so, die dwelm is bereik. Ons die klein kindertjies, hulle is almal, kyk sien hom daar aankom as sien jy dis 'n dwelm ek. Ek was al by die premier, ek was al by die koloniale, ek was oral. Hulle ken my as 'n baie ongeskikte mens, ek noem dit. Want ek sê jou wat ek wil sê. Ek het daai mense wat ek nou gesê het.
Ansie, by die hele stories wat jy praat,
ek gaan nie, die brigadier, die kolonel sê whatever. Ek het hulle gesê, hulle is op die dwelmmerk se payroll, ek is vir niemand bang nie. Ek het dit genoem.
En ek wil graag, ek het al gevra, kom uit kameelmond toe sodat julle hierdie mense kan vang. Niemand kom uit nie. Niemand kom uit nie. Ek vra tog asseblief, laat die polisie wat veronderstel is om ons Suid-Afrikaners te beskerm, laat hulle meer daar is vir hierdie dwelmmerks en hierdie kinders. My uitgangspunt gaan oor die kinders. Maar ek mag mos nog nie verder praat nie, maar baie dankie.
Nee, ja, hier is my meeting. Ek word nie gemarginaliseer. Ek word nie. Jy het gepraat. Ek het jou gesê, praat jou punt. Maar jy nie kom sê kuza hierdie. Praat jou punt. Jou tyd is klaar. Die next persoon, dankie.
Nou my tyd is klaar. Ek vra tog net, laat die mense asseblief die polisie.
Die safety MEC is hier, sy het gehoor.
Asseblief.
Yes, sy het gehoor. Sy sal my nog nooit marginaliseer. Praat se maar, ouses.
Goeiemiddag almal. Ek is Ellen Titis. Ek is
die naam?
Ellen Titis.
Ellen Titis. Kan die mic 'n bietjie opgelig word? Ellen is 'n bietjie langer. Ellen Titis?
Ek wil net vandag vra. Ek het 2016 het ek aansoek gedoen. Ons was 'n coöperatief. Ons het 'n coöperatief gestig. Ons het aansoek gedoen by SIDA. Ons het munisipaliteit toe gegaan. Ons het al ons goed ingegee. Ons het 'n brief geskrywe vir 'n stukkie grond wat ons kon kry daar waar ons bly.
En waar is jy?
Tot hierdie is Louisville dorp. Tot hierdie vandag toe is dit 'n dooploopstraat. Daar waar ons wil die stukkie grond gebou het, is nou huise gebou. En daai was 'n vorige boer se plas waar hy erwe gehad het, hy uitvoer gehad. Dit is 'n vrugbare grond. Toe wil ons daai stukkie grond gehad het om te begin. Ons was by landbou. Ons is opgelei. Al die dinge het ons klaar gedoen, maar hier by munisipaliteit niks gebeur nie. Ons het ingegaan, hoeveel kere, elke keer ingegaan. Ons weet nie wat het van die brief, ek het vir die dametjie gevra, dame, nou as ek die man kry nie, waar is, jy is mos in die kantoor in, is hier nog nie 'n brief ingehandig, is die brief nog nie by die dinges uitgekom nie, laat ons 'n antwoord kry nie, tot hierdie vandag toe van 2016 af. Want hulle het vir ons gesê, ons kan nie almal werk kry nie, staan op en probeer vir julle self iets doen, en ons het dit geprobeer doen, maar tot hierdie vandag toe nog niks terugvoering gekry nie.
Ken net jou details daar by Marjorie, sodat ons dit vir die MEC gee, sodat hulle opvolg. Want die feit van die saak is ons het 'n probleem met die transformasie van die ekonomie van hierdie dorp. Ons het 'n probleem daarmee. Die mense kry nie geleenthede om hulle self ekonomies te bemagtig nie. Die grond word verkoop, maar ons weet nie aan wie nie. Ons mense kry nie grond nie. So laat ons hy bietjie opvolg, dat ons kyk of ons raswater se grond kry.
Goeiemiddag. Goeiemiddag. Dis mevrou Blackbeen.
Ek hoor jou nie.
Mevrou Blackbeen.
Kortheid is die sterkheid, die man. Praat, laat ons hoor.
Mevrou Blackbeen.
Blackbeen?
Ja.
O, mevrou Blackbeen.
Nou, ek is ook vandag hier. Daar sit hy hoofman van my daarbo.
Waar bly jy, Blackbeen?
Ek bly in Khoisan Valley, 19626.
En watter Valley?
Khoisan Valley, 19626. Jan Verwanstra.
Is reg.
Nou ek vra, ook 'n vraag. Wanneer wat ons huise gebou? Ek ren nat mense. Ek ren reg nat, ek moet die water moet die eers uitskep.
Ja, nee, die storie van die huise is ons al gevra.
Ja.
Altyd ons moet nie dieselfde vraag vra nie. Wat ek nog op Blackbeen?
Ek wil nou weet, kan ek ook 'n slag pay? Ek is net nou werker. Ek word nie nagesien nie. Nou ek wil weet, hoekom word boer my gekyk?
Hoe oud is jy?
Ek is nou 42. Ja, maar om te sê, om te doen, hoe ziek was ek? Hoe ziek was ek?
Ek hoor hierso, jy's 'n kind teen my.
Nee, dit kan nie. Dit kan nie so gaan nie. Nee, en dan my kind het gebreek. Niemand sien hierdie goed nie.
Daar staan, die vrou wat langs jou staan, sal jou help. Hy sal jou help. Ja. Gaan saam met Marcus.
Nee, sy is met Hendrik Mawuli se suster. Maar hulle het sy geboortedatum verkeerd opgegee. Ek is nog besig om dit goed reg te maak.
Okay.
Ja.
Nee, ek hoor wat sy wat Majama sê. Hy is die 42.
Ja, maar
die duidelik wat die mense op die plaas bly. Dan kom hulle na 5 jaar dorp toe. Daar kom gee hulle die kinders se geboorte sommer in daai jaar op. Daar is die kind al 5 jaar. Ja, dankie. Maar kus vat jou chommy man.
My kind is opgery. Dat is krap.
Die tyd is klaar. Jou tyd is klaar.
Nee, hoef so vinnig. Dat het nog niks gesê. Nee. Ek wil weet, my kind wat nou omgery het, kan nou nie weer vir my werk.
Gaan sê vir Marjorie jou probleem gaan. Sê vir Marjorie jou probleem. Mense, die mense wat op die plase gebly het baie probleme met diening van die geboortedatums. Weet julle Vader Hindley altyd dat ons vir die mense doopseels gee, laat hulle net kan ID's kry of geboorte registreer. Maar ek weet nie of die mense dit nog doen nie. So jy kan mens hoor, die mens weet hy is 62, sien jy nou Gesina? Hy weet hy is 62, maar volgens die ID is hy nou 42. Nou ek wil julle iets vertel, toe Titi nog gelewe, toe gaan doen Titi, toe sy 62 jaar oud is, toe gaan doen Titi, mis ook aansoek vir sy oumens by. Toe kry jy mens in 40 jaar, wat so mors by Sasa, maar hy wil pay oor hoofdpyn. Nou ek wil nou nie sê as hierdie vrou nie, maar lyk my dit kan hy gebeur. Jy kan maar praat.
Ek is Charlotte de Koker, alipad van die Kalahari.
Wow! Die Kalahari, ek het 4 jaar in die Kalahari gewerk, weet jy dit?
Ek weet
ja,
het.
4 jaar.
Ek wil toch net die issue rondom die ECD's, wil ek toch vraag, die MEC's is hier, die praktisyne, dat is nou al hoeveel maanden wat hulle nog nie salarisse gekry het nie. En hulle kan mos nie onder sulke omstandighede werk nie. Hulle moet nou elke oggend werk toe.
Watter departement?
Dit is
Social Development.
Social Development was mos aan bewind, maar education het mos nou oorgevat. Nou is dit so gesukkel. Die mense se poele het geverval. Ek meen, niemand kom terug om vir die mense terugvoering te gee nie. Dit kan nie so aangaan nie. Ons het nog gedink, dit sal beter gaan, maar ek weet regtig nie. En dan het ons 'n probleem in die Kalahari, nee. Ons het die ondersteuningsdienste vir vroue in die muurgebied nie. So ons vra nou vir departement van maatskaplike dienste om vir ons te help. Hulle het begin met veiligheidshuise daarso, maar hulle het sommer gestop. Ons weet nie wat die rede daarvoor was nie. Want as daar nou gevalle is wat na ure opduik, dan word dit vir jou gesê, ek werk net in kantoorure. So nou is my pleidooi nou net, as jy dan nou werk vir die departement van Social Development, as daar mos noodgevalle opduik, dan moet jy mos 'n oor hê om te kan luister. Jy kan mos nie nou praat van kantoorure nie. En dan die ander ding, daar is die programme vir ons kinders regtig, en die groot ding ook in die Kalahari, Sylvia, is as jy nou by CWP werk, dan kan jy nou nie by ander plekke gehelp word nie, want jy werk mos nou by CWP. Baie dankie.
Charlotte, wat bedoel jy? As jy sê, as jy by CWP werk, kan jy by ander plek gehelp word nie. Wat is die ander plek?
As daar miskien nou poste uitkom, verstaan Sylvia, dan sê hulle vir jou nee, staan maar terug, jy's klaar in 'n diens in.
Nou is CWP ene wat nie soos EPWP is, jy bly daar.
Ja, hy is nie soos EPWP nie.
Ek het nie verstaan as jy sê jy kan vir niks anders doen dan sussie. Kom maar my skat.
Goeiemiddag aan almal. Ek moet eintlik sê dit is so 'n spesiale dag om so baie vroue.
Kan ons net luister, praat aan die mic.
Bietjie nader. Goeiemiddag aan almal. Dit is so 'n spesiale dag om te sien so baie vroue het hierdie dag se funksie bygewoon om inligting te kom kry om ons as vroue te bemagtig.
Jou naam is?
Ek is Marlene Matthys en Sylvia sal my ken as Tannie Marlene van die leesklub vir kinders in Kameelmond.
Nee, ek weet wie jy is. Dis nie vir my wie jy dit sê nie. Jy sê dit vir Suid-Afrika. Wie jy is.
Okay. Ek is Marlene Matthys, ek het 'n leesklub vir kinders begin in 2014 in Kameelmond en ek gaan kort wees. Baie van ons kinders gaan min skool toe. As gevolg van die pandemie, baie ouers het hulle kinders uit die skool het gehou, bang gewees die kinders sal COVID kry. En soos ek sê, ek het 'n leesklub vir kinders by my huis begin. Dit is baie moeilik om hierdie leesklub as 'n NGO te registreer. Jy word van bakbord tot stuurbord gestuur. Ek kan aansoek doen vir befondsing in die buiteland. Ek werk by 'n gastehuis, so ek kry te doen met baie buitelanders wat geld het. Maar ons sukkel om hierdie leesklub as 'n NGO te registreer want ek moet dit hê. En ek wil sommer nou in Afrikaans brekgat wees. Baie van die kinders wat by my leesklub is, doen goed by die skool. En ek wil vir die ander ouers sê, kom ons kinders in die skool, want education,
maar is vir haar wat ons die boeke geskenk het.
Yes ma'am, so halala, Sylvia Lucas, baie dankie. Hierdie projek nodig net een papier dat ek kan befondsing uit Canada uitkry. Nie eers plaaslik mevrou Sylvia, want ek gee ander mense 'n geleentheid om befondsing hier te kry. Ek ken mense in Canada wat vir my sê, Marlene, stuur net vir ons WhatsApp om sommer vir ons. So ek vra net hulp om hierdie leesklub as 'n NGO te registreer. Tweede punt, toe ek groot geword het, het ons gehoor van die jong mense wat verplig was om verpleegkunde te gaan studeer. Of jy word 'n polisieman, of jy gaan weermag toe. Baie van ons jong kinders wat se ouers CPS by, gaan verkoop hulself, word swanger, want daar's wolwe daar buite wat ons kinders uitbuit. Kan daardie program van ou jare nie terugkom, waar kinders wat klaar matriek is, verplig word om verpleegsters te gaan word, polisiemanne en soldate nie. Asseblief, baie dankie mevrou.
Is 'n goeie idee, maar ons wil nie meer verpleegsters hê nie. Daar is baie beroepe waarin kinders kan opgelei word. Al wat belangrik is dat die voorligting moet terugkom by die kinders lei daarna toe.
Yes,
Dankie.
dankie.
Sing jy daar nou alweer voor? Dit het jou gevoel nie sal nooit hier voorkom nie. Praat in die mic.
Moeders en vaders, julle is almal gegroet my ouers. Ek is Nana Malgas van Pabalelo, Appington. Ek is 'n volunteer. Ek is ook 'n ward committee op die oomblik. My vraag aan die MEC. Ek het 'n probleem met die feit dat dit maak my eintlik seer om te sien hoe die mense buitekant seer is of hoe die mense honger kry. En ek het 'n probleem met die feit dat het gesê raak die kanselars en die kanselars wat vroue is, wat nou huidige lei, mag nie werk gee nie. Die kanselars is die mense wat op die vloer werk, met die ward committees. Hulle gaan huis vir huis om die mense se behoeftes te luister en te sien. Nou kom jy by die kanselaar, jy gaan top by die kanselaar, die kanselaar. Ek vra net die stukkie. Geef vir my enige werk wat jy kan vir my, of geef my iets. Nou sê die kanselaar vir die persoon wat nou die brood kom soek, ek kan nie werk gee nie. Die kanselaar is daar om die gemeenskap te voorsien en te sorg. Maar nou, die mense wat daar boos het, die type mense wat op die vloer werk, sê vir die kanselaars, julle gee nie werk nie. Hoe seer is dit vir die mense wat vote vir die ANC? Die mense maak nou die mense sê volunteer nie, hulle maak net 'n kruis om die ANC se naam te lig. Dan kom jy by die kanselaar sê vir die kanselaar vir hom, ek kan nie vir jou werk gee nie. En die tweede punt wat ek had, deputy chair, as in Papalelo het 'n een hoërskool. Papalelo het 'n een hoërskool
met baie kinders. Die kinders word permanent uitgesluit. Hulle bly in die straat. Die kinders staan by die hoek. Kinders rook. Oké, fijn. Ek was ook 'n skoolkind geweest en ek het klaar gemaak met die skool. Ons het buitekant gestaan, maar dan voel jy net ek kan nie daai klas mis vandag nie. Maar die klas is so vol. My eie kind wat in grade 8 is. Hulle is 52 in 'n klas. Die boksklas agter is ook vol. Wat doen ons daaraan? Asseblief tog, dankie.
Dankie. Sorry. Kan ons net ek wil net eers met die geleentheid gee vir die mense om te praat. Julle het oor Nana baie mooi geluister. Dink vir my julle hou net van Chavas. Julle soek nie ander goed nie. Praat maar miskat.
Goedemiddag allemaal, alle protocols observe. Die gemeenskap in breë wat uitgekom het vanmiddag. Ek het net een, twee pleidooie. Dit is alreeds aangetast van my mense wat daar voorgestaan het. Eerstens wil ek net weet.
Het jy gesê wie is die?
Catherine Lou getroud Smith. Ja. Ek is born and bred van Appington, Papalelo. Yes. My eerste pleidooi is, dit was so pas 'n paar sekondes van Nana aangeraak. Ek wil weet, is daar 'n mandaat dat die ANC
Hierdie sê ANC-vergadering.
Ek weet,
vergadering.
Sy het dit genoem as gevolg van werke. Want my groot probleem is, die raadslede, ek is ook 'n woordkomitee lid aan die Teddylinks. Die raadslede wat daar is ons mense wat werklik waar werk met die gemeenskap. En so as die mandaat kan na die raadslede toegebring word om werkskeping te versorg. My tweede punt is, ek het in 1996 toe die eerste plakkers in Papalelo in Davidstraat was hulle. En ek het gebly in 'n Galawe Street in. Die plakkerskampe. Ons sien so baie tenders, pavings wat opgelê word en alles. Maar die eerste plakkers in Papalelo. Het nog eers
Is dit klein om so te sê? Die eerste plakkerskamp in Papalelo was daar waar Tembelihle is.
Is daar om my aan te gaan Davidstraat om. Toe maak ek 21 daai jaar. Ja, dis hoekom ek so praat. So kan daai plakkers nie voorsien word van paving strate nou aan.
Hy sal jy by jou munisipaliteit jou raadslid met volgende maand, as dit net 'n bietjie warm is, met 'n vergadering hou, dat jy eiland daar praat.
En my volgende punt is, die MEC my nou.
Ek los jou nou, gee jou tyd, ek los jou, want die punte wat jy praat, het nog niks gesê, en ek wil net met jou punt kom.
Okay, my punt is, ek is ook 'n businesswoman. Ek het my business geregister en alles. Ek het al SIDA toe, ek het al public works toe ek daar kom toe wat ek vertel van jy moet CID as jy geregister. Public works geen mens nie tenders vir gaan skoffel en paaie. Das mos nou en dan workshops wat hulle het. Wat mense moet catering doen en allerlei. Kom ons kyk na daai gedeelte van die vrouens. As jy business het, dit gaan nie net om jy met manlike werk kan doen in construction is nie en in daai besighede is nie. So ek maak klere, ek doen the lot, ek maak wedding dresses, ek het my alself soveel gepromote ook. Ek het al soveel fondse probeer. Ek was al by Amerika Tusa goed die hele plekke geprobeer vir fondse, maar daar kom net niks my pad langs nie. So ek sal vra dat ons regtig moet in die vrouens wat in business is, laat ons kyk na hulle toe. En dit is ook wat 'n vrou later terug laat sit en sê ag laat die gang dan nou maar sy gang. Ek voel ek word nie ge-acknowledged as a woman in business. So as ons sê empower women in business, let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Baie dankie.
Goeiemôre almal.
Ja, jy kan maar praat.
My naam is Knowledge, my van is Makwa. Ek ben namens met my praat. Ek is HIV positive, né? En ek is 2008 weggegaan by wijnkellers. Sinds die tijd het ek CV's ingegooi, maar niks. Ek kry nie werk nie. So, en ek het al aansoek geloop doen by SASSA van elke dag moet jy die pille drink. Jy moet hulle drink. En hulle dink jy moet eet. So, ek het al aansoek geloop doen by SASSA, ek word net afgekeer. Van ek word gesê ek is vet. Die dokter sê my uitdruklikheid, kyk hoe mooi lyk jy, jy kan werk loop soek. As ek hom dokter, ek gaan soek werk, maar ek kry nie. So ek moet die pille elke dag drink. Okay, ek zama, maar ek het 'n besigheid wat ek biere verkoop. Elke cent wat ek kry, dan moet ek maar iets koop vir my. En dat ek is armlastig. En die R18 moet ek betaal by my spala, vir die armlastig. As jy is armlastig, jy sit, jy betaal niks. Jy moet betaal. So ek betaal maar elke keer die R18. En dat ek my maat 3 kinders geadopt. Nee, en maar sterwe my maat 2013. Toen zei die welzijn van mij, nee, ons gaan die kinders oorgee in jou. Maar die 2 is nou al groot en die ene het laatste jaar sy matriek klaargemaak. Die ene, die grootste, die oudste, wat 24 jaar is, het die school in graad 9 gelos. Oké, die ene het het laatste jaar sy matriek afscheid gemaakt. En ek sit nog met 'n 12-jarige ene. Ek was al by die welzijn en by die welzijn het hulle vir my gesê, as hulle is 'n afdeling, die kind is 'n alkoholsyndroom. En die kind is 'n premature.
Hy is nie die waarheid nie. Gaan jy jou details daar so ons sal dit sommer vir die MEC gee. Dis al sê jou details, ons gaan dit vir die MEC gee. Met die kind se details en alles, want hy is nie die waarheid nie. 'n 12-jarige kind wat die ouers het wat by jou woon kwalifiseer vir 'n pleegtoela.
Ja, ek kry die pleegtoela.
Nou wat sê jy nog?
Die pleegtoela kry jy, maar hulle sê omdat sy kan nie, sy is soos 'n gestremde kind. Sy kan nie koop by die skool nie. Van elke keer word ek geroep by die skool, ek het laas die onderwyser geloop verduidelik. Hulle het vir my gesê, doe sê hulle die welzijn sê, die skool moet tydens 'n verslag skryf na die Department of Education toe. Laat hulle kan die kind 'n privaat skool toe
Nee, maar nog steeds, hy stories te lank, jy sal maar moet daar jou details op gee, sodat ons dit kan laat opvolg van die departement.
Goeiemiddag.
Ja.
Alle amptenare, MEC-leiers, raadslede teenwoordig. Ek wil tog net graag, ek het net 4 punte wat ek graag vandag aan julle deur wil gee. Punt nommer 1, ek is 'n CHW.
Punt nommer 1, my naam is?
Sorry tog, my naam is Magdalena Jacobs, beter bekend as Delien. Ek is 'n beraader by Louis Weilweg Kliniek, ook inwoner van Louis Weilweg. Ek werk al 18 jaar as 'n CHW by die kliniek in die gemeenskap. Ons werk is om mense wat geraak word deur HIV-vigs te ondersteun, ook self pille te gee, MDR en sovoorts, verskillende kroniese siektes.
Jy met die tyd wat jy het gebruik om jou punt te stel.
My punt is, ons is besig met 'n stryk, MEC-lede, oor aanstellings. En 2019 het ons dit deurgegee aan die departement van gesondheid en sinds dan het hulle nog niks vir ons terugvoering gegee nie. So ons wag nog antwoord. Ons jaarkontrak eindig nou 30 Junie 2022. Baie van ons CHW's is al baie laat in hulle jare, meer as 50. So hulle ek praat namens hulle. Is daar nie 'n manier hoe hulle vir ons kan aanstel om sodoende werklose aan ons vrouens wat enkelouers is aan ons kinders te permanente aanstelling kan doen nie. Punt nommer 2, ons het ook kinders wat ouer as 21 is, matrikulante, wat al meer as 5 keer aansoek gedoen het by die polisie, nog niks het hulle antwoord gekry dat hulle kan deel uitmaak van die polisie nie. En dan het hulle wat nou werkloos is, nie kwalifiseer ook nie vir 350 elke aansoek by spending. En dit is 'n probleem wat maak dat onze kinders maar liewer moet opgee en strate toe gaan en dwelms betrokke raak, omdat dit wat daar gestel is, nooit na hulle toe kom nie. Want die 350 maak 'n verskil aan hulle. Ja, en daar is daar nog 'n punt, dat ons het besluit as CHW's, terwyl ons nie aangestel word, dit is 'n sopkombuis begin. En ons het verlede jaar aansoeke gedoen by die social development, ons het nog niks antwoord gekry nie. So, want die het het so gemaak, dat ek sê, kinders wat dealers, kinders wat met draak betrokke is, kan ook daar kom aansluit. Ons kan elke dag mense kos gee. En dis in 'n gebied waar onlangs krag gekry het. So ek vra ook vanmiddag julle hulp om yes, om so doen ook vir ons daar te ondersteun.
Dankie.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie.
Goeiemiddag. Ek is mevrou Philander van Askam, Lena.
Ons is ook van Askam.
Ek het net 'n probleem. Daar in Askam word nou 'n tawen gebou naby aan die skool. En mense wat 5 uur in die oggend werk toe gaan, moet ook daar verbyloop. Ek is net bekommerd, wat gaan van die kinders word? Van ons jong kinders drink soos dorsbeeste in Askam. Nou ek wil net, die ding is 'n groot probleem vir ons. Die tawen wat daar gebou word, hy is te na aan die skool. Baie dankie.
Dankie. Die MEC van Safety is hier. In Askam is 'n plaas, al kom Fossie ook van Askam af. Die probleem is, die mense is veronderstel om beswaar te maak. As daar geadverteer word dat 'n drankwinkel of 'n tawen of wat gebou gaan word. Die mense is veronderstel om beswaar te maak. Maar baie onze mense maak gewoonlik nie beswaar nie. Nou as die ding nog gebou word, dan sien ons ou die ding. Daar raak dit 'n probleem. Nee, ek sê nie julle dit nie gedoen nie, mama. Maar wat ek wil sê is, ons moet 'n bietjie meer vigilant is as gemeenskappe, sodat daar nie dinge in ons areas gebeur wat ons nie wil hê dit moet daar gebeur nie. Want ek het ook 'n probleem. Ons het die casino. Ons het uitgegaan. Ons almal van die kerk af, ons het uitgegaan. En ons het laat die mense petisies teken. En ons het in Verdien met Ton, Vader Hindley was nog uit hier, Verdien met Ton en ander mense, en Teacher Jimmy, en ander mense het ons dis ek, as laat die mense as hulle se geld opdubbel, moet hulle gou by Vader R5 kom vra, om verder te opdubbel. Ons sien nie kans daarvoor nie, maar ons het saamgestaan, die hele gemeenskap, selfs hierdie skole, die wit mense, almal, ons het saamgestaan in die casino, staan vandag daar waar hy staan. Want elke ding het 'n plek. Daar kan nie 'n drankwinkel langs 'n skool of langs 'n kerk staan nie. Ons het 'n probleem in Katoe. Hulle het mens so een kerk vir die verskillende genootskappe. Nou net so skyns oor as 'n drankwinkel. En net hier langs aan is 'n park, langs die kerk. Vader Wolf het my al amper doodgemaak, maar wat kan ek doen? Die mense het nie beswaar gemaak nie. En dit is wat gebeur het. Monica? Mense, Monica het hom al gistermôre klaar gemaak vir vandag sy. En nog die ander vrouens naal en vir my bel en sê skout, wanneer kom jy vervoer?
Baie dankie. Ons het blijkbaar 3 minute.
Yes.
Maar in die 3 minute se tyd, mamu vile guys. Bathi ingane engakhaliyo ifela embelekweni. Ons het nou onlangs 'n vrou gehad, Mamu Lucas, Die babietjie gedra shame.
Dis die vrou wat sy gesig daar in die gang by die oud assembly is. Jy moet net kyk so met 'n kool dat hy gemaak het.
Sê vir hierdie boetie wat sê
Sy gesig is in die parlement, hierdie Monica.
Ek is 'n bevoorregte vrou. Sê hierdie boetie. Maar in elk geval, hier word mens gepraat van protocol observe goed, daai hele goeders. Nou as ek nou kom by protocol observe, dan wil ek hom begin by die heilige troon van God. Dan kom ek hom so af daar by u langers. Dan kom ek na hierdie mense.
Jy 3 minute.
Dankie. Was dit nie vir hierdie mense nie, dan was hierdie program van vandag nie 'n sukses nie.
Amen.
Baie dankie. Jy weet, om 'n ding soos die aan mekaar te sluit, kos mens gebed. Die kerkleiers, julle hoor mos hoe sê, dit kos gebed. So kom ons draai hierdie mense in ons gebede op. So dit wat ons by die Here God vra, dat ons dit kan kry. Jare terug met my vader gif goed. Toe ek mens gevra, ons sit vir julle daar neer. Kom tog net terug. En kom sê vir ons, hoor jy so die donkie, het vandag gebore, hy swak. Ons eer die Here vir sy hele alle wonderlike werke, want u is daar spesifiek neergesit van God. Ons anders is maar net 'n klomp bylaste. En ons met ons lekker tonge, dat kap hulle waar hulle wil. Dat maak ons vir julle so seer. Dat vergeet ons, hierdie mens gee sy kinders, sy man, sy familie, prys terwille van my wat daar sit. Ek het net so 'n klomp probleme, maar die Here God is 'n patroon. Hier sit ons raadslede. Ons gaan terug na hulle toe. Ek het 'n eer wat ek 'n verskriklike klomp geld opskryf, maar ek sê nie nou daarop praat nie. Waarna by jou MEC die manne van. Maar ek wil tog sê baie dankie. Ek en my span, ons kom nie van hartwater af, ons kom van raaswater af. Ons maak al van gister af klaar om hier uit te kom. Want, luister my baie mooi, want 'n vrou het die uitnodiging uitgesien. Nie 'n man nie, 'n vrou. As die vrou se uitnodiging uitkom, hy sê hier uitkom. Baie dankie. Gaan, maak hy hele Flinters en vratte reg. En kom weer terug, ons sien weer volgende jaar mekaar. Hierdie tyd is ons lewe, want hier is 'n kokkewiet. En toe word het gesê, die gordyne op die gesig met maar hoor dat maak die Here. Jy kan sê die Here nou weer vir ons, hy vratte.
Die gordyne is nou af, door die masker.
Baie dankie. Ek doen dit nie, ek sal dit nie doen nie. Hoekom sit er wag, jy tot Monica klaar gepraat, ek sal nie. Ek sal, gaan sê maar daar waar hy mense by die tafel, wat is jou probleem?
Seentjie wat weg is, ons is bekommerd oor hy seentjie.
Ons verstaan dit. Nee, maar is reg. Ons almal van Appington, soos ons hier sit as moeders, ons het ons gehoor van die kind wat weg is.
Wat gaan die regering daaromtrent doen?
Nee, wat sal die gemeenskap eers doen? Maar jy kan nie vir my die vraag kom vra nie. Kyk, daar is 'n kind wat weg is in Louisville, hy's regtig weg, en ons bekommer ons almal daaroor. En ek dink die LER is hier, safety, maar Bloem, ek sal vra dat maar Bloem by die familie draai maak. Dat maar Bloem by die familie draai maak, kan die raadslede dit fasiliteer, sodat ek kan hoor, hoe kan hulle help, want die polisie wat onder haar staan, is die mense wat mis daar staan, wat baie hard werk. Nou weet ek nie, as jy vra, wat maak die regering, wat dink jy van die polisie, wat dag en nacht daar is? Want hulle is deel van die regering. So ons moet duiding los wat ons sê, wat maak die regering? Want elke dingetjie, die lewe wat ons lewe, die toelaat wat jy ontvang, die huis wat jy in woon, dit is die regering. Al woon jy ook in 'n sinkkaja, die regering het jou die grond gegee. Ek is nie deel van die regering nie. Ek is deel van die parlement. En parlement doen oorsig oor die regering. Maar dit maak my hart baie seer as ons gedurig sê die regering doen niks. En ons almal wat hier sit, ons weet dit is die waarheid. Dinge is miskien nie soos wat ons dit wil hê nie, maar ons kan nie sê ons regering doen niks nie. Al die goede, ek meen ons het almal gepraat hier oor die dinge wat vir ons pla. Ons het gepraat oor die ekonomie en ons het gepraat oor selfbemagtiging. Ons het gepraat oor die ECD, julle het gepraat oor al hierdie dinge. En al die meeste van hierdie dinge
moet teruggaan na die regering toe om dit vir u op te los. Plaaslike regering, provinsiale regering en nasionale regering. Want hier het nog nie baie goede uitgekom vir nasionale regering nie. Maar in die ander plekke waar ons was, het dinge uitgekom wat die nasionale regering moet aanspreek. En ons het dit geneem en ons het seker gemaak en ons verslag, die verslag van hierdie ding, gaan gedebuit word in parlement. En ons gaan seker maak, elke minister weet waar het ons wat gehoor. Daar is iets wat ek nie weet, hoe sal ons hom oplos, want ek het nog nooit geweet, dat 'n mens by 'n sekere ouderdom nie meer werk kry nie. Ons is al so oud hier in parlement. Ja, nee, ek het dit in Noordwes was die eerste plek waar ons was. Ons het dit gehoor. En die vrou wat dit nogal praat, lyk toe net soos my suster meide. Vra vir Barbara, ek het vir haar gesê. Ons het dit in Noordwes gehoor, ons het dit in Limpopo gehoor, ons het dit in Gauteng gehoor. En ons hoor dit nou hier. Ek verstaan nie. Miskien is jy oud, Lisbeth, jy kan nie 'n polisievrou word nie, want polisievrou moet hardloop. Hulle moet fiks wees. Is dit te oud om administrasie weer te doen nie? Veral as jy miskien die papier daarvoor het nie. So ek weet nie, ek dink is iets wat 'n mens moet ingooi, laat hy gebespreek word. Ek dink daar's ander plekke wat ek daarom ook is, waar ons kan hierdie ding 'n besprekingspunt maak. Waar ons kan hoor, want ek weet dit moet vir jou regtig. Dis waarom die vrou van 40 jaar vir Titi gesê het, my koppyn en ek loop nie vandag voor ek die pyn nie. Sal pyn vandag. Met 40 jaar met 'n koppyn. Hier my koppyn al van 20 jaar af. Maar dit is waar. Daar's baie mense wat my kom wat sê, ek is 45 en ek wil nou pyn. Nou sê ek nee, ek is mos nie Sasa nie. Hoe kan jy nou vir my kom sê jy wil pyn? Maar die belangrike ding is, ek het gevra, die LER moet bly, dat hulle kan julle se vrae hoor. Maar die is mos 'n parlementplatform. Is nie die government se platform nie. Die volgende keer wat ons terugkom, dan nooi ons hulle, dan moet hulle begin by die issues wat ons hier opgeneem het. Maar ek wil ook 'n beroep doen op die raadslede. Hou gereeld jou gemeenskapvergadering. As jy gereeld jou gemeenskap, en mense wil net iets sê, los hy ding van die raadslede met jou werk gee. Kom ek sê jy hoe het ons gewerk toe ons raadslede was. Ons het met ons wijkskomitees gewerk en ons het lyste gekry met name en geweet wat die mense doen, kan doen. So as iemand ons vra, man, ek soek 'n skrynwerker, dan weet ek vir wie moet ek. As iemand sê, ons soek 'n loodgieter vir 'n paar dae, dan sê ek nie dat ek sommer vir Boede Elk vat, laat hy die loodgieter werk lip doen of so. Daai was wat ons gedoen het, maar die raadslede gee baie beslis die werkie. Julle moet dink, hulle sal nie kan aandag gee aan die ou mense en aan die ander dinge as hulle moet werk gee nie. Maar elke raadslid, as jy 'n DA is, as jy 'n ANC of wat, jy het 'n verantwoordelikheid teenoor jou gemeenskap. So wat jy moet doen, maak seker jy vat die volunteers wat sê hulle volunteer en dan maak julle 'n database van die skills wat julle in julle se wyke het. 'n Database is maklik. My naam is Sylvia Lucas. Ek het 'n postgraduate diploma in management and leadership. Ek is dit, my ID nommer is 640420110082. Dis al, dis jou databases van elke mens. Maar dan vat jy weer, dis Monica Kok. Monica is 62 jaar. Monica kry ouderdomspensioen. So dit is die inkomste wat in daai huis is. Maar nou kom jy weer by Betjie, ek sal hom Betjie goed noem want dis my mense. Nou kom jy by Betjie, wat is Betjie van Rooi? Betjie is hy het 'n ander van, ek weet nie wat is hy van nie. Maar ek sê nou maar van Rooi want ouma se van was van Rooi. Nou kom jy by Betjie van Rooi. Nou Betjie is werkloos. Betjie het 'n matrikulant, 'n seun wat in matriek is. Die enigste inkomste wat Betjie het is 'n child support grant. Hoeveel is dit? 450. Betjie betaal huis. Maar nou kry sy mis armlastig. Nee? Maar nou weet jy mis. Ek het vir iemand gesê, ons het gepraat, ek het mis nou gepraat by die Social Transformation Committee. Ek het vir sy boele vertel. Toe praat ek oor die feit dat die 350 het gekom as gevolg van die ding wat ons gepraat het. Daar is mense wat toelaas kry. Nee? Daar is kinders wat gratis skool gaan, hy kry die 1 bord kos by die skool. Daar is mense wat gratis mediese dienste by die hospitaal kry. Maar nou kry jy soos wat knowledge hier gesê het, nou kry jy die pille. En die TB-pille is eintlik net so dik. Nou, die kos is so duur. Jy het nou net hierdie 400 en wat van die een kind. Jy moet kos koop, jy moet hy armlastige krag, daar is nog steeds 'n bedraggetjie wat jy moet betaal. By die hospitaal moet jy nog steeds go file oopmaak. Daar sou wat. Nou, ek het dit gepraat. Ek het gesê die mense kry honger as gevolg van die feit dat hulle nie kan uitkom met die bietjie wat hulle het nie. En ons het dit genoem en ek noem dit hier. En ons het besef dat toe die COVID kom, toe besef ons dit gaan hoos wees, want baie mense gaan mos nou nie eers werk nie. Dit is nou die manne wat by die hoek van die straat staan en wat daarom ten minste vandag 'n tja lip maak. Hulle sal mos nou eers nie meer werk nie. Dit is nou hierdie mense wat die toelaatjie kry, net vir die een kind, dat hy 4 kinders, want die ander soos julle nou gesê het is 20 jaar, is 19 jaar is wat. Die ander een is matriek, hy's ook oor 18, hy kry ook nie meer 'n toelaat nie. Julle verstaan hierdie ding wat ek praat. So die feit van die saak is die mense is honger omdat hy nie genoeg het om van te leef nie. Hy is nie honger omdat hy meer wil hê nie. Hy is omdat hy nie genoeg het om van te leef nie. Nou toe noem ons dit en dit is waar die storie gekom het dat die 350 vir mense wat niks het nie eers begin het. Maar later toe besef hulle al kry jy 450 vir jou kind. Wat van jou as die ouer? Want hy 450 moet na die kind toe gaan. So al wat ek wil sê is dat ons besef dat jy sal nooit armoede kan aanspreek as jy nie op groot skaal begin om werk te skep of mense te bemagtig om hulle eie besighede wat hulle kan doen. Maar die ander ding is ons moet opbou, my kind het matriek. Ek het eendag toe sê iemand vir my, ja, maar my kind het onder 10 geslag. Toe sê ek, wat is onder 10? Ek is misrou. Toe praat ek, toe sê ek is 'n strandstandaard. Matriek is partykeer nodig in ander opsigte. Maar as ons kan en die kind het 'n bietjie verstand, help die kind Appington College. Die kinders kan Appington College toe gaan. Ek het nou die dag het ek 'n event van Appington College bygewoon. Hulle kan motormechaniek, hulle kan enige ding, hulle kan onderwys, hulle kan besigheidstudies, hulle kan wat. En die NSFAS betaal elke sent. En dan kry die kinders nog toiletries. Baie van die kinders wat kop op sy lyf het, help hulle se ouers met daai geld wat hulle by die college terugkry. Die anders kry die geld, jy kry mens partykeer as die geld kom is die eerste geld kom in Ngumka, dan gaan hy ook sommer nie meer college toe nie. Want hy het nou die Ngumka gekry. So, stuur die kinders Appington College toe. Appington College is hier, hy kan volgemaak word, die anders kan die pos studeer. Op die manier sal NSFAS sien. Ek het nou die dag met meneer Seigo gepraat. Hy is verantwoordelik vir Springbok, vir Katu, vir Appington en daar dink ek. Toe sê vir my, van hulle se geld word nou teruggevat, want hulle die kinders is te min wat kom om te kom leer. Nou hierdie ons, wat elke keer as ek hier kom met die vergadering sê, my kind kry nie werkie. By Appington College as die kind graad 10. As hy graad 10 klaar gemaak het, dan kan hy college toe gaan. Hy kan, as dit nie graad 10 nie. Graad 9 is onder 7. Want daai jare was dit onder 7 wat nou graad 9 is. Maar in elk geval kom ek julle hoor mis nou. So die party van ons kinders wil mis nie skool gaan nie. Want sy verskoning is die manne dra naamtekkies en ek het die naamtekkies en wat se goeterse. Laat hulle college toe gaan. Gaan praat met meneer Seigo. Hoor wat is die possibilities van daai college. Mense, jou kind het onmiddellik 'n geleerdheid. En al die statistieke wat ek deurkyk, wys vir ons dat kinders wat geleerd is, die geleerde mense is minder wat werkloos is as die ander mense. En ek sê vir jou, jy kan maak wat jy wil. As iemand voor my deurkom staan en ek soek 'n sekretaris, ek sal nie 'n mens vat wat omdat hy my ken en kort buitekant loop staan en loop rook, dan sal ek vir hom vat vir my kantoorie. Want ek is soos ek hier staan, ek is al 'n ou meid, ek is amper 60. Maar ek werk 7 dae uit die 7 dae wat die Here my gee. Ek bly besig. So hierdie jong mense van ons, Wat die mamas is so voorpraat, is hulle wat geen ambisie het om iets te bereik nie. Ek wil regtig vir ons streekse mense aanmoedig. Maak gebruik van die TVET college wat ons hier het. Ander van julle se kinders is baie slim. Hulle kom by my en sien ek hulle se results. En vra ek vir die kind, wil jy nie universiteit toe gaan nie? Of wil jy nie tech toe gaan of wat nie? Hy sê die kind vir my, daar is nie geld by die huisie. Mense, die tyd van daar is nie geld is verby. As jy ambisie het, dan sal jy iewers gehelp word. Toe ek die premier van hierdie provinsie was, het ek oor die 1,5 miljoen rand van die sonpanele en van die myne afgekry om kinders te help om universiteit toe te gaan. Daar is 'n kind in Pabalelo, die van is Koetsie. Hy maak aan julle kom sê, nou die dag toe staan ek hier voor Six apteek, kom daar 'n jong meisie na my toe. Toe kom sê, mem, ek het cum laude geslaag, baie dankie, want die laaste 2 jaar het mem se kantoor my gehelp om hierdie studies van my deur te voer. Die feit van die saak is die, vra en vir jou sal gegee word. En weet hoe belangrik dit is. Ek praat sommer met die jong vrouens wat hierop is. Hulle leer toerisme of hulle gaan daar is hulle leer mis die mense leer kook en al daai soort goeders in die gasvryheidsbedryf. Doen net iets of kom ons kom net by mekaar. Soos hierdie een vrou gesê het, hulle het 'n koöperatief gestig. Daai koöperatief het groot potensiaal. As ons hom net vat en ons gaan en ons skakel met Mabengo en ons sê vir haar man, hier is ek die mense van die coöperatives in Pretoria wil met my praat, ek hou net nie van hy kom nie, want hy is vryrig, maar ek hou net nie van hom nie. Maar hulle wil met my praat. So, daar is geleenthede. Ek hou mis nie van iemand wat so is, want ek is baie onbeskof mense, julle ken my nie. Maar dies wat weet, mis hulle sê, mis ek is rou, maar is reg. Ek laat net nie toe, dat iemand my vertrap, omdat ek iets nodig het, vir my mense nie. Dit kan nie waar wees nie. So die geleentheid wat ons vandag gehad het, was om vir hierdie mense te vertel, wat is die goeders, maar is ook vir hulle om vir ons te kom sê, wat is daar, wat hulle vir die vrouens kan doen. So, ons het mens gehoor, Fossie sê, daar is nog 10 groot projekte. Al wat ons vra, transformeer die ekonomie, bring ons mense in, hou op die wat al reeds het, nog meer te gee. Hou op! Bring ander nuwe spelers in die game in. Want die nuwe spelers het dit meer nodig as die wat al reeds daar is. Ons weet mense wat ryk is. En ek moet sê, ek het ook vriende wat ryk is, maar hulle werk baie hard. Al wat ons vir ons moet leer, is om hard te werk. As ons harder werk, dan gaan ons beter uitkomste hê. Ek sien die mense wat besigheid het vir my gesê, dat hulle 40 jaar miljonairs is. Hulle is miljonairs, want hulle slap 4 ure in die nag. En die res van die dag werk hulle om te bereik wat hulle wil bereik. Nou, ek is veronderstel, I'm supposed to my closing remarks, maar omdat ek by die Jesus praat, ek soos ek hier praat, julle moet vir my bid, soos Monica gesê het. Ek wil net nou die geleentheid gee aan die speaker, of sal die meier dit doen? Ek wil net die geleentheid gee aan die speaker, ons verstaan die meier is, hy is nog uit die box, hy splinter nie, hy polish nog sy skills. Hy polish nog sy skills. So, ons gaan die speaker die geleentheid gee, om net 'n woord van dankie te sê, dan sit julle net hier, die mense gaan vir julle sê, daar is daar my ete, die mense gaan vir julle sê, en hou nou maar die TV dop op 408 as ons channel, julle sal julle daar so sien. Baie dankie.
Ja. Ja, baie dankie, Chairperson. Voor ek afsluit, wil ek net vir die Chairperson sê, dat ons het 'n TVET College, die district het 'n gebou daar in die industriële gebied. Ons het so 2 weke terug 'n ooreenkoms geteken met Solplaatjie munisipaliteit. So Solplaatjie munisipaliteit sê, hulle stel nie belang in ons gebou nie, hulle gaan 'n nuwe gebou kom bou in Appington. Dit is 'n tegniese afdeling vir kinders wat nie regtig, wat in die tegniese afdeling bouers, ingenieurs, so Solplaatjie gaan binnekort sy satellietkantoor in Appington kom bou. As the district municipality, we want to thank the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP Honorable Sylvia Lucas, and Honorable Bartlett, and all honorable members of Parliament virtually for bringing Parliament in this public participation program for the acceleration of our Women Charter to the Northern Cape and Uppington and the ZFM District in particular. We also want to thank the Honorable MEC Vosloo, Vilakasi, and MEC of Safety for the inputs as provincial government, as well as the speakers of the provincial legislature, and as well as all the people that speak. As our father of the democracy, former President Nelson Mandela says, for to be free is not merely to cast one chains, but to live in a way that requested and enhances the freedom of others. Are our women really free? Do we respect them? Or do we share our wealth with them? So to all our women that sacrifice the day to us or with us, be assured, government and parliament and local government as well as we as a district, they've listened to you. I thank you.
Die koue het my bene gekry. Baie dankie. Sê ek vir die speaker. Ek het nie geweet die speaker kan Engels praat nie, maar ek sê kry 'n koei op die vliegtuigkap, toe kan jy polish jy Engels. Dames en heren, ek ben nou 'n baie belangrike aankondiging doen. Nou daai jaar was dit my so pagas geweest. As die lyk wat klaar is, sê op pagas, het 'n baie belangrike aankondiging wat ek wil doen. Nou wag ons so almal het pagas met so die aankondiging maak. Môre, soos begrafnis toe ry, met julle se hoofligte aanhou. Nou maar, ons het 'n probleem gehad in Gauteng. Want die hele mense het uitgestorm toe die kos nou daar gedoen is. En dit was rarig. En nou wat toe nog gebeur het, omdat hulle nou almal so gestorm het van die kos nog geval, toe het ons nie die kos uitgegee nie. Op die einde van die dag was die meerderheid van die mense weg, toe staan daar net so klomp kos. Vrou Hester weet sy was daar. Toe staan daar net so klomp kos. En toe is die service provider nou rou, toe wil hy nou nie vir die ander mense, want die Hester gee mos vir die straatmense die kos. Toe wil hy nou nie die kos gee nie, toe vat hulle die kos terug huis toe. Ons wil mos nou nie hê dit met so gaan nie. Soos ons sien, ons security personnel staan daar aan agter. Ons gaan nou ry vir ry uitgaan, dan kry jy jou kosietjie, dan kan jy maar na jou vervoer toe gaan. Is dit reg so? Ek dink ook dit gaan vir ons baie beter werk, né? Ek wil net van my kant af ook sê, julle sal nooit weet hoeveel ek dit waardeer vir die mense wat vandag hier gekom het. Op die ou einde van die dag het dit ZFM se event geraak. Maar ons maak seker, dit is vir die provinsie. Ons sal al die informasie kry. Maar ek wil regtig waar net vir julle almal sê, ek waardeer dit uit my hart uit. Want ek is mos hy soort mens. Ek waardeer wat mense aan my doen. En al wat ek vir julle kan sê, elke mens wat hier is, wees verseker van my gebede. Yes. Vandag is die feesdag van die Heilige Hart. En ek het vanmôre voor ek uitgekom het ek die litanie van die Heilige Hart gebid. Sodat die Heilige Hart vir ons op die pad moet lei. En dit is die rede waarom ons hierdie event kon so 'n sukses maak. Want ek hoor nie wat ander mense sê nie. Ek glo in God Almagtig, drie enige God. En wat ons doen, moet ons altyd weet, alles jy nie 'n Christen nie. Maar as jy weet dat jou hulp kom van bo, dan sal die dinge wat jy doen 'n sukses is. Baie dankie. Baie dankie. So die mense van die hele agteraf kan begin uitgaan. Een ry op 'n slag. Die kos is gereed, is net julle wat met daar uitkom.